I think Eamon might not be able to hear me. Okay, there we go. My microphone was acting up. Good morning, Eamon. How are you?
I am doing good. It's an interesting day where everything just seems to fall into place and everything is just going so smoothly. So naturally, I'm just waiting for the market to win it.
All right, there you go, man. Sounds good. All right, friends, quick look at our gappers list brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. And as you can see here, we got a very nice, decent small list today. So nothing crazy. We've been having some really large lists in the last couple of days, but this one's more manageable, at least for now. We've seen it start like this and then change. So at the moment, we have a couple of names that we're not too familiar with in the green. We do have Mara, Clean Spark, and some other ones on here, SMCI. Iron that are in the green side of things, and Rise, so maybe something going on with our Bitcoin tickers there. And then to the downside of things, we do have some other names as well. Chinese stocks, HIMS, which I have not seen in a very long time, and we'll see what's going on there. All right, Amen. Before we get rocking and rolling, let's go to our segment of Monday in 60 seconds.
Okay, so Monday was honestly quiet. Not for oil, but at least for S&P and Nasdaq. We got a decent pop-up at the open, chopped around VWAP, sold off, made a small reversal. Anyway, it was an ugly, choppy price action during the whole day, and the S&P closed almost flat. Nasdaq fell 0.3% or 0.3%, yeah, and the Dow lost around 60 points. So there was nothing much interesting in the market, but the real move was crude. West Texas Intermediate jumped more than 5% to around $82. Brent almost reached $88, and the main reason is that the market became less confident in the Strait of Hormuz and became less confident that it is going to reopen anytime soon. Iran says that talks with Oman are in their final stages and maybe some sort of a deal could be done. But at the same time, it is saying that reopening the strait depends on the United States meeting the additional conditions that it put in place. And we know that these additional conditions are not going to be accepted, so we are still sitting in a loop. NVDA also weighed on the tech stocks. It fell around 3% after news that NVDA is working with Apollo, BlackRock, Blackstone, and Goldman Sachs on a massive AI financing program. I'll go into more detail about it in the featured story today. But in short, the goal is to mobilize more than $500 billion for data centers and AI infrastructure. And we know that spending is not good for the tech stocks, at least at the moment. I mean, basically, NVIDIA found a new problem. Customers want more GPU, but they can't afford it. So NVIDIA is working on a plan on how they can finance these other companies that want to buy GPUs from them. Intel also fell after announcing that it's selling some of its stocks to help fund more AI expansion. And I think the winner yesterday were energy stocks, CVX, and XOM, and some other names. They went higher after these negative news and all the Middle Eastern action. By the way, these the largest five Western oil companies made around $48 billion combined during last quarter alone, and mainly because of the Middle Eastern conflict. So a problem for one side of the world is benefiting the other side of the world. So yeah, that's it in short for yesterday. We didn't have a lot. I don't see that we are having a lot today either. Let's go to what to expect today. Today is, again, mostly about AI. We have CoreWeave reporting after the close. The last quarter revenue more than doubled to about $2.1 billion. The backlog reached almost $100 billion. And that sounds good, right? But the problem is that CoreWeave is spending a lot of money to deliver that backlog. And if you remember, last quarter, it lost $740 million. And the operating system fell from 17% to only 1%. And that's a lot, right? They're almost flat. And tonight, the question is, can CoreWeave serve the demand that it has and actually make some money doing it? Or we are going to see a similar story where they're going back to negative. Then we also have the SMCI, that's Kyle's favorite stock. He keeps trading it every single day. So probably the earnings today are going to give it some boost and it's going to be in play. The company already gave investors a preview. The revenue should come near $11 to $12 billion range. Normally, this number sounds disappointing, especially for these type of companies, but the gross margin is expected around 15 to 17%. And for context, earlier management expected only 8%. So that's a huge improvement and the number basically doubled. Supermicro also said that it received more than $60 billion in new orders during the quarter. So tonight we'll have two different AI infrastructure tests. CoreWeave has huge demand, but can it actually be profitable? And SMCI, huge orders, but can it protect the margins while scaling up? So today, I think we can just simply watch oil. That's going to be the main drive for the market today. I'll also be keeping an eye on CoreWeave. It usually trades nicely intraday, at least some points, and gives some good trading opportunities. And SMCI. John, Carlos, back to you guys.
All right, excellent. Thanks, Eamon. John, good morning. As far as the U.S. economic calendar, is there anything that we have on deck this morning? I actually haven't pulled that up today. What else do we have besides
Yeah, we do have
CPI?
some economic calendars today, and probably the most important one. So is John here? I don't know if he's on mute or not.
No,
So
he's
just
on.
to cover it.
Yeah.
I'm
while
here.
he's- Okay, good. Go over it, John.
What are we going over? I'm sorry, my microphone is off. I wasn't even paying attention.
Oh, sorry. It's we're looking at what else is in the U.S. economic calendar for today. I can pull it up.
Oh,
here.
today it's existing home sales at 10 o'clock. It's not a big day. So the CPI stuff tomorrow will be much bigger. I wouldn't particularly worry about it, but as always, if you're in a trade at 9:59 or thinking about getting in one, you might want to take a pause perhaps and just wait a minute to see if the news does move the market. But I don't think existing home sales is something to really fret about this morning.
Yeah, it doesn't usually have a big impact. So, all right, friends, let's go to our gappers list and see what we got going on here. And we'll start going over this list, building our watch list. We had a great list yesterday, and I hope that continues today as well. So starting here, first one on deck this morning, BW. And at BW, it is up 37%, about 700,000 shares traded here. Float of 113 million, so pretty decent size there. BW is Badcock and Wilcox. So I believe we've seen this stock before. Not one that normally gets great volume. You can tell at the bottom here, the volume is extremely light throughout the trading days. But today they have a nice gap up. And John, I'm assuming this is earnings, given that how it traded last night after hours. Had a beautiful pop there, which came out to about 37%. They're still holding that pop into this morning.
Yes, this was earnings for this company. What is it? Babcock and so who knows? They
Wilcox or
design and build
something, yeah.
industrial boilers. You've never heard of them until today, and so here you go. They design and build industrial boilers, steam generation systems, and emission control equipment for power plants, utilities, and factories. Reported earnings of 4 cents per share. Expectation was 3. Revenue of 319 million. Expectation was 207, so really blew out the revenue portion of it. And they also which grew 122% year over year, by the way. But they signed an agreement with Siemens Energy to commence work on 20 steam turbines for data center power generation. Sounds like the 1800s, Carlos. We're building steam turbines still. I love it. And we never really left steam, It's that's how you get all your stuff, people. I don't know if a lot of you know that, but steam powers the world.
I think we looked this up. I think Peter might have looked this up, and they make these massive generators. So I remember something like it. But again, not a company that trades very well. So we'll leave it alone. If you're wondering, Peter is out on some time off the next couple of days, so he'll be back on, I believe, Monday. So hopefully he enjoys his time off as we cover for him here today. All right, let's continue here. WYHG. So WYHG. This is a low flow that has been in play over the last couple of days, as high as 25.80. The low flow 25.89. And this thing has been as high as 25 and change, right? So pretty nice pop here on the daily. You can see how high it went up there all the way to about 26 or so. Has come back down to reality today. They're trying to get something going. 5.5 million shares traded, up 31%. But again, there's a second, third, or fourth in the case of YWHG. Day plays are not ideal. So be very careful. Ying Yip Food is the name of the ticker on this one, John.
Yeah, I think it's Korean. But this is residual movement from the past couple days. If you look at a daily chart, it's been going wild. So it's as it settles back into doing nothing, as it will in the coming days, it's still having some liveliness to it. So yeah, it's moving around a bit this morning. Yeah, the news from a couple days ago was they expanded their board authority to issue securities and private share placement, but it's still moving from that.
Careful with that one, guys. 25 million shares flow, so very low flow stuff there. FRMI is the next one here. Fermi, we've seen many times. Normally does not trade very well, so I usually end up dismissing it very quickly and just move on from that. But Fermi's up 15%, 1.4 million shares traded, lower price ticker. This thing is in play, but it's not one of the stocks that's going to meet my criteria on the stuff that I do like to trade. It's not a low flow stock, just a lower price stock. The float on this one is 242 million. So this one comes down more to preference. If it's something that meets the way you trade, you can definitely add it to your list. I won't be adding it to mine. John, the news this morning?
This is a company that develops power grids, allegedly next generation private electric grids that deliver gigawatt scale to support next generation intelligence and AI computing. Their first binding customer lease. I can't talk this morning, Crows. I feel like I have not woken up, even though I got up 2 hours ago. What did they do? They signed a lease with its Project Matador. That's their project. Signed a 15-year turnkey deal with TensorWave for a bunch of electrical power. So good news for Fermi, I guess.
What are you going to do with all that electrical power? I wonder.
We're going to make images that we send to each other on our phones, like, I don't know, like Andrew with a chicken head or something.
Oh, we're going to use it for ChatGPT image generation. Right. All right. That's a good use of AI. Let's continue here, guys. So the next couple of sets are all in the Bitcoin area. So you got Riot, you got Mara, you got Clean Spark. I'm not sure which other ones are. IREN, I believe, is somewhat involved in that. But pretty much Bitcoin seems to be getting a little pop this morning. Now, I personally, the Maras, the Riots, the MSTRs of the world, I have not really been looking at them anymore. We used to quite a bit, so you guys know, but I've not really been making my list. I think there's just been usually better stuff to trade. So Mara used to be a big one that we used to watch all the time. I mean, all of these actually, really. Riot was one. At times we had all of these, a couple of them on the list at the same time. Riot, MSTR at one point became pretty nice as well. So they're all getting a little bit of some love this morning. I mean, just look at MSTR. This was one of the best traders we had here. And look how much fun we were having with this thing. This thing was just trucking up and down here in April. Nice pop, a drop, another nice drop. I mean, now, dead. So it's just, it hasn't really been all that fun. And if you look at some other ones like Mara, same thing, man. We had such a great time when we were getting these moves, these drops. And then here, it has not been all that great of a day trading ticker. Doesn't move a whole lot. Lower price stock as well. John, but today looks like something is happening in this world, and they are moving higher as they're seen here on the list. BDTR also showing up as well on our gappers list.
Yeah, well, the good news for any company that assembled a lot of computers to compute anything over the past few years is now you can sell that compute power to AI companies. So Riot is moving because they have a mystery cloud customer that they've signed a deal with to supply $19.1 billion worth of compute. And the rumor is it's Anthropic, and that's probably a pretty solid rumor, reported by Bloomberg. Everyone seems to be getting on board with that. So Riot is going to take some of that Bitcoin mining power, wherever the hell they were mining, and give some of it to Anthropic. So good deal for them. And I think any other crypto related movement this morning is on the tail of that, I believe.
Yeah,
Which
makes
tells you
sense.
how stupid stocks are, Carlos, because nobody else got to deal with Anthro. I mean, I guess it gives the potential for other companies with compute power to get similar deals, but I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
it might be a
also
way out, right? If they want to bail on Bitcoin, because this should not be
maybe
good for Bitcoin actually. But it might be a way out if they're not doing well with Bitcoin to, offload some of the expenses. What's Bitcoin up to? 64,000. That's doesn't really move. It moved down a little bit
yeah.
from 65 to 64. It didn't really budge, but yeah, it's a way to get out of the business. If the golden era of Bitcoin might be over, it's a great way to offload some costs, I guess.
Bitcoin's been remarkably stable. 63, 64. There's been
Yeah.
some recent dips back in like late June. You'd have to go back to the dips that went down into the high 58,000s, but very, very stable. And, as we all know from trading stocks, it doesn't matter whether it's on a daily or a monthly chart or a 1 minute. When things go sideways for a while, they're setting up for something. Bitcoin has to go somewhere eventually. It can't stay kind of around $64,000 forever. So I'm very curious what happens next on it. But yeah, I guess it's good to see these companies have an off ramp, perhaps, to generate some other revenue. Lucky them.
Yeah.
Lucky AI landed in their lap.
I agreed. Let's see how much this thing drives here, Marin, and some of these on sympathy moves here. Riot actually, and then the rest on sympathy moves. Again, I don't see them tradable today. Riot looks the best one. Obviously, they got the most volume, 2.6 million shares, straight up 15%. So if we do watch any of them, I think Riot will be the one to put on the list. You know what? We'll put Riot on a secondary. Let's see if this amounts to anything. We'll come back and look at it. I'm sure going to have SMCI on my list today. I think even with earnings coming up tonight, I think this is one that can trade very well. I look forward to seeing how that looks for you. So I'm just going to add that on there before we even get to it. It's at the bottom here, of course. So if we scroll down a little bit, MBIS is here, SMCI. Let's go with MBIS first, which is gapping up as well. This is up 2.5, 475,000 shares trade. Now, what I like about this ticker is that it's fun to trade. It actually moves. It actually gets the volume when it is in play. This morning up 2.4. Pre-market action looks very active. If you look at yesterday had a very nice and clean intraday action too. A nice little pop here, nice breakout towards the top, and then a nice sell-off below the VIA, possible VIA breakdown there. And then it continued. Took a while to give you the move, but you can get $5. I don't mind waiting, a couple hours to get $5 drop. So here MBIS could be interesting. This morning looking very nice as it's setting up for this pre-market session. John, is there anything driving MBIS today?
I don't think so. I'm happy to be corrected by anyone on YouTube or in the Bearable Traders chat, but I mean, it's up 2.4%. I mean, a lot of things are up that much this morning. I think it just kind of matched the criteria for the gapper scanner and found its way on there. Well, Ben says it's trending ahead of its upcoming earnings. Maybe, but I don't know. That's maybe that's a big maybe catalyst. But yeah, I think it just fumbled its way on there this morning.
Yeah, it's got good volume right now, up 2.5. I'll definitely watch it. I mean, I do like this. Will definitely be in play tomorrow after earnings, of course, and we'll have hopefully a couple of days to trade this if they get good news. Like, I don't know, PLTR. PLTR has been incredible. Even a week after its earnings, we continue to have a lot of fun with this one. Yesterday was no surprise, and eventually the volume starts tapering off. Like you can see here, big volume obviously on the earnings day. A couple of really big days here with some big volume. Eventually, we'll get back to our normal trading volume. But while that happens, let's take advantage. Let's put it on the list. And every time we can get a move out of this one with a nice breakout, let's take advantage of it. Yes, it was a little bit tougher. It really made us wait to get the move, but we still got the move, right? So it just took a lot longer to actually make it happen. I do like PLTR. We'll put that on there today, just a follow-up play from the last couple of days. And NBIS, we're probably going to see the same thing. After earnings, hopefully we see a couple of days where this thing can trade well and give us some opportunities. I think today is more of a possible. This is my view on it. We just don't know how well they're going to trade. Usually, stuff trades well after earnings, but there are a couple of tickers that are very heavily traded than others, like SMCI, MBIS. That can trade well even leading up to the earnings day. So we'll put it on there. We'll see what happens, and we'll see if anything can come off of that. All right, looking into our gappers list, we got SKHY, which is one of my favorite tickers to trade. They get tons of volume. Their daily looks awesome. They're trying to hold this level of support here, and you can see how big that 135 price tag is for SKHY. So I'm hoping this can provide some volatility to the upside. Right now, we're up 2.2, 1.6, 1 million shares traded, and looking forward to see how this one does today. So I don't think there's any news on SKHY. I know they have some stuff coming off of some sell-offs, and then they also had like a patent battle, like some kind of lawsuit they were going against. They're battling, so who knows? But doesn't seem to be affecting them here too much as they're trying to push up higher on this one, John.
Yeah, there's a little bit of news here. So I guess they have a subsidiary. Oh man, what is the name of this company? I don't know. SOLIDIGM. Why did people make names like this? Resumed investment in the second Dalian plant during the first half of 2026, and it's restarted construction. So a subsidiary company of SKHY is putting money back into this plant for increased production. So there's a little bit of news there.
All right, there you go. I like this ticker. We'll definitely have it on deck, friends. So I'm going to add it here as well. Not sure if it's going to stay on the primary list, but it's one that I do like to trade. It's been treating us very well in the last couple of times we tried it. So SKHY, we'll put it on there. We'll see how that goes. All right. Okay, so this is sort of all I have on the gap up list. John, anything you like on here that you'll keep an eye on, or anything that matches on what you have already that you want to track today?
Scrolling down my list here, it's one of those days where nothing's really standing out. I got a lot of green stocks, I got a lot of red stocks, but most things are probably within plus or minus a 1.5% of movement. So it's kind of and these are a lot of tech stocks, so they tend to move a lot percentage wise. So I kind of view it as a bit of a flat day. Yesterday was terrible, Carlos, for me. I don't know about you, but I had a hard time. I just lost from start to finish yesterday, as stocks were very hesitant to break out and to make some of the moves that look more obvious in other days. So there were stocks that did break out and down. They were there. I didn't find them, but it's making me want to be a little more careful. I went out of the gate a little too hard, classic Monday behavior. And
it was tough. Even if you were in on PLTR with us, a lot of us took that trade in chat, and that was the one trade that we took. Man, it took a while to actually get the move. Like it was here, felt like forever. As it was just kind of stuck here. We're trying to get the breakout. Finally did get it up push higher, but it took forever to get to this 180 from like 176 or so that we're in. Actually lower, we're down at 175 for the breakout or something like that. But yeah, it took forever to get this move. And when we were reviewing other stocks we were watching, a lot of them were just stuck in chop. So yeah, it was a tough day yesterday. I think a lot of people did have a hard time making things stick. All right, let's go to so that covers our gap up, friends. Let's go to our good old buddy Eamon with the feature story of today, and then we'll come back and start looking at some of the stuff gapping on the downside of things.
Okay, so this is an interesting one in NVDA. They announced something unusual yesterday. NVIDIA is working with firms like BlackRock, Apollo, KRR, Goldman Sachs, Blackstone, big companies to help raise more than $500 billion for the AI data centers. Why? Because AI data centers are becoming very expensive. Companies want want to buy billions of dollars worth of NVIDIA chips, but still do not have enough cash to build the entire data around these GPUs. So NVIDIA is helping connect these customers with Wall Street money to help them achieve what they want. I mean, in simple words, a customer wants $10 billion worth of NVIDIA equipment. They don't have the $10 billion, so Wall Street gives them the money, they buy the chips, and NVIDIA gets the sale. And from NVIDIA's point of view, that makes perfect sense. Customer can't get financing, NVIDIA may not get the sale. So where is the risk? Why did NVIDIA drop even though companies are taking money to buy more chips from it? The risk, first of all, starts with this. If this becomes the only way customers can keep buying, then it means that NVIDIA's growth depends on credits that companies can take to buy these chips. And imagine the customer gets $10 billion, builds a data center. Now that data center needs to make money to repay the loan. And obviously, if it does, then that is great. The customer can borrow again and they can build another data center and NVIDIA gets more sales. But if the AI business does not make enough money, then the customer stops expanding, the lenders become more careful, and new financing just simply dries. And in this case, NVIDIA can suddenly lose a lot of future orders because of this issue. And this is basically the real concern. Not that NVIDIA gets paid today, because if it gets paid today, that's obviously good, right? The concern is that some of today's growth may be happening because customers are borrowing money that they expect to earn. And there is no guarantee yet that they will make the money later, because the competition is huge and a lot of companies are spending on AI, and not none of them, at least a lot of them at the moment are not showing great revenue from that. There is also another risk. NVIDIA may also guarantee or support part of this financing. So basically, NVIDIA is giving money to companies so that they buy the chips from them, and it's just a little bit weird. I mean, if you remember, we talked about this before. It's similar to me opening a shop, and then giving you money to buy from my shop so that in the future return this money to me. In the past, NVIDIA's job was simple. They make the chips, they sell the chips, they get paid, and that's it. And right now, it's becoming more involved in making sure that companies can afford the chip in the first place. And that can be very smart, especially if AI profits keep growing. And if they keep growing, NVIDIA then solved another problem that helps it sell much more of hardware much faster. But obviously, if AI profits disappoint, then this is going to be a big problem. Customers stop building, banks stop lending, and NVIDIA loses future sales, and also it loses the money that it gave for these companies to buy the chips from it. So the $500 billion plan is not automatically bad. It's good longer term if everything goes as planned. It's good for NVIDIA right now. The question is whether the AI companies will eventually make enough money to support all the debt that's being used right now to build this infrastructure. So in short, NVIDIA helping customers get this financing is not the problem. The problem simply arises if customers can keep buying NVIDIA chips as long as Wall Street keeps lending them money. Obviously, at that point, this whole growth depends not only on the AI demand, on the credits that keeps pouring, so that these companies keep buying these chips. And maybe the market overreacted to this news after it dropped, because market reacts right now very carefully about all the spending that is happening around the AI. But for future term, at least for now, and that's my personal view, it's good for the company, and it might quickly rebound. And looking at where it's sitting at right now, and we can see that it's slowly gapping up. It had recovered half of yesterday's sell-off, which means that maybe the sell-off for these news was slightly over or exaggerated. Back to you, Carlos.
Yep. Could be definitely over exaggerated. All right, friends. 8:30. Engineering the Market starts now in our chat room. So Jared is going to take over. If you want to join, guys, head over to bevertraders.com so you can join our chat room and see Engineering the Markets with Jared starting now. So we'll catch you guys a little bit later. All right. It's so interesting. I mean, this guy, it makes me think of the guy, Leo, whatever his name is, that lost billions or whatever. I think if he had more time, right? If he had more time, I think he would have done very well. I think he would recover some of his losses. All this AI stuff is just back up for the most part. So I don't know. And for some reason, something made me think of BYND today. I don't know why. I was thinking about BYND, like, oh, what's this ticker up to? And man, I had no idea they have fallen so far from grace here. 44-cent stock. I mean, that is wild. I knew they were doing bad. I knew they were in the single digits, but did not know they have fallen so much as far as 44 cents here. So, just crazy.
And we used to
crazy,
trade it
crazy,
actively.
crazy.
We used to trade it
Oh,
actively back in during COVID
oh yeah.
2020. It was over 100 and something dollar, 115
Yeah.
more.
And it moved well, man. We did well with this stock because it was very volatile and it just kept on moving. I remember did we start watching it when the IPO'd? I think we did. The IPO'd, it became very popular very quickly. Yeah, we did. Definitely did. 2019. So we did started watching it right when it IPO'd because I remember trading it at these prices. And it was on our list every single day. And I guess the vegetable people did not show up for BYD, man. They did not. And they had some good deals too. Like they had deals with Dunkin' Donuts, at Walmart, all these really big retailers, and they just couldn't go beyond the sales. The Beyond the Meat couldn't go beyond on the sales. That's unfortunate. John, this looks very good. I don't know why you did not buy this at the store.
I tried it back in the day when it first IPO'd. I don't know if you remember, I ate a Beyond the Meat burger live in the chat room.
I don't remember that. I probably wasn't in the chat that time.
I put a lot of condiments on it, and I mean, it's not something I would look for, but it wasn't like vomit like inducing or anything. But their timing couldn't have been worse because the whole love affair kind of with like high protein diets kicked off shortly after they became a thing, and so the demonization of eating meat like totally flip-flopped on it if it was even there in the first place. So the bro science guys came out, the Joe Rogans of the world, and convinced everybody they need protein. Now there's protein in everything, Carlos. Have you walked around the grocery store and seen like I saw protein Cheerios, and they were cookies and cream Cheerios with protein. Like you couldn't eat a bigger bowl of garbage in the morning, but they inject a little bit of protein in there. What did my son buy? My son bought some like protein. He bought a food that's normally high in protein anyway, but had like additional protein injected into it. He loves protein. Everyone loves protein, Carlos. Everyone wants meat.
Yeah.
You know, it's bad timing.
It is bad timing. And lettuce, I don't know if you want to be eating lettuce at this time. Lettuce is we're staying away from it for a little bit until they figure things out. People are dying over lettuce. Gotta be careful. So be careful out there. All right, friends. So let's go to our gap down list. See what's going on there. We got a couple of things on the gap down this morning. EVCE is one of them. And what do we have going on here? This one is down 17%. Not a low flow ticker, 62 million shares float. And you can see the drop here, 17%. Very light volume, though. So I don't know if this is going to really be in play. I'm not sure about this one. So I'm probably going to skip on this one, John. It doesn't look like it's going to meet our criteria here, especially with this volume.
Now, I tell you what we can do, Carlos. Let's skip to the good stuff. Let's. It's not always about what's gapping up and down the most. There's a lot of garbage on here. There's at least 3 stocks on here that are worth trading. And just in case, you never know when a meteor is going to strike and destroy, the northeast of the United States, which would eliminate me and Carlos, and then the show will be over.
Yes, agree.
And then you wouldn't have any news after that, unless Eamon could do it on his own, which he probably could. But there's good earnings news this morning. Rocket Lab, ASTS, HIMS. Do you want to talk about one of those maybe?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
Which do you want to bring up?
Let's look at Rocket Lab first, RKLB. Currently down, what's it down right now, Carlos? 4.5%, not terrible. Actually reported record-breaking revenue, 62% year-over-year increase in revenue, which beat expectations for Wall Street of 230, roughly 232. So 234 versus 232 million. They did post a loss per share of 8 cents. Analysts were looking for more like 5 or 6 cents. But they did raise revenue as well. So a real mixed bag, but the revenue raise looks particularly good. So they're raising revenue to 250 million to 265 million for Q3. The estimate was a little bit under 240 million. And so, yeah, a mixed bag. The earnings per share is the part that missed, but it does look, I don't know. I think it looks interesting. You might look for a rebound on Rocket Lab. I think this is a good long-term buy. I don't often recommend something like that, but at a $50 billion market cap on this company, the potential upside is quite big. Could lose as well. I mean, SpaceX, they have to go up against them in many ways, but I think there's going to be a lot of room for these launch companies here in the future. And I think Rocket Lab is pretty cheap given what they're capable of doing. It's a very, very talented company.
Yeah, so a lot of people are saying too with SpaceX, like people are saying this is a company that you're gonna regret. A lot of analysts are saying you're gonna regret not having, 5 to 10 years from now. So we'll see. This could fall under that category as well. As far as day trading, I know they can trade very well. I haven't watched them in a very long time. Has not made my list. I know it's made some of the lists that you guys like to trade here, but yeah, let's put it on the list today. See what happens. There's not a whole lot that look blockbuster this morning. I got SMCI, PLTR, SKHY, and PLTR and SKHY are here because I traded them very well in the past, but not because they're heavily in play, right? That's not really the case. So RKLB looks good this morning, 2.7 million so far. I mean, I think that's worth having on the list. So that's a good one to have on there. John, what else you had as far as the earnings for this morning?
Well, let's go to the other space stock and talk about AST Mobile, or the ticker ASTS. So Rocket Lab, if many people probably know, acquired Iridium Network recently, which is it's the satellite network that everyone used for satellite phones for the past 20, 30 years or whatever. It's been around for a long time. I remember I was deployed in the Army 23 years ago, 24 years ago at this point, and we had Iridium phones back then that used that network. So it's still out there. The satellites are still good, and Rocket Lab did acquire them. ASTS Mobile is and if you remember, also SpaceX is building out their Starlink network. So it's a similar kind of market structure there. And then ASTS is actually building their own constellation of what they call Bluebird satellites, which are going to provide like 4G, 5G connectivity to users like AT&T and Verizon to try to fill some of the dead zones. So they all have similar kind of models of what they're doing, different bandwidth they're going after, and maybe different sort of data they're providing, but similar. But they reported a loss of 44 cents per share on revenue of 31 million for the second quarter. The consensus was a loss of 28 cents per share. So a loss of 44, worse than a loss of 28 cents per share. Obviously, revenue expectation was more like 34 million versus the 31 that came in. So they missed on that as well. But they do have that future news of their Bluebird satellite network as well. I'm not as knowledgeable on ASTS, and so I wouldn't say it's not as good a pick as Rocket Lab or SpaceX. I really don't know. I don't follow that company as much. But that might be one to watch as well. That's cheaper, right? No, that's about the same price as Rocket Lab. So
yeah, pretty close.
I was thinking that was more like a $10 stock or something, but could be good. It might be good to watch both. Watch the spreads. An important thing when you're day trading is pay attention to the spread. That's the difference between the current bid and the current offer or ask on the price. And something that trips me up sometimes when I take a trade on a stock I'm not particularly familiar with. In fact, it's the number one thing that trips me up is I forget to check the spread. And I'll see something that the candles look like what I want, the volume looks like what I want, the stock has a catalyst. I'm like, this is a really good setup, and I'll buy, who knows, like $100 stock that I don't notice has a 25 or 30 cent spread, which is that's pretty bad for stock of that price, So you get yourself sort of, if you buy at the market prices, you get yourself into a bit of a deficit right off the bat. So something to remember if you're trading things you're not used to today, or trying to decide between Rocket Lab and ASTS, perhaps.
Yeah. ASTS is one that gets traded a lot in our community here. So I see a lot of people watching that one, always throwing it out in the comments. I prefer Rocket Lab a little bit more, but ASTS, if you want to put that on deck, that's also can be one that you guys can trade here. Another one that I see here, I want to just take a look how it looks, is HIMS. Someone brought up HIMS a couple of days ago, but I don't see anything great on it this morning. Volume is it's okay. Movements, they're down 6.8. I don't see anything that looks spectacular on it. And yesterday, did they have earnings? Is that what you guys brought it up yesterday? Did they have earnings last night? It looks like they might have. Okay, all right. Not a big reaction.
Yeah, it was the
so
third
far.
stock I was going to recommend on the gap downs.
Mhm.
You know, my three recommendations for something to check out would be Rocket Lab, ASTS, and HIMS, because I know people do day trade HIMS. This is a, you know, fairly popular day trading stock.
Yeah. Yep.
They did report a loss of 10 cents per share, $753 million in revenue. The expectation was a loss of 7 cents per share, so they missed on that. On revenue of 690 million. It's actually beat pretty good on revenue, so a bit of a mix there. What was the other news? Trying to find the guidance. Oh, yeah, they did raise guidance. Revenue is expected to fall between 880 million to 900, and that's well above the $792 million consensus. That's a pretty big guidance raise. Kind of a similar earnings result as Rocket Lab, because they missed on EPS, they beat on revenue, and they raised their guidance. So the same three factors going on there. And HIMS and HERS is also restructuring, I guess, as it's trying to actively pivot to branded GLP-1 treatments, as opposed to, I guess, they're using compound variants for GLP-1 drugs. So they're trying to pivot more toward just the well-known branded stuff. Right, that is, I guess that's the big component of their business, the fat drugs, Carlos.
Well, yeah, they had that deal with NVO. Am I saying that right? NVO. Yeah, Novo Nordisk. I know they had a couple of family disagreements from back and forth, and finally they got together on the drugs. I think HIMS was trying to do something that could compete it, or was infringing upon the NVO, but then they finally got their act together. Now they actually partnered up or something, so that's good for them. I think this was happening here. I think it was the beginning of the year, right? They had that big drop, then they made up again, and it was just massive back and forth there. So I think they're good now. So again, HIMS could be a good one. A lot of people like this one as well. All right, friends, that kind of covers our gap up, gap down list and gap up. John, do you have any other ones gapping down that might be interesting?
No, we could cover some of these other ones. We could take a look at. I mean, I kind of suggested we maybe look at the earnings results like Rocket Lab, ASTS, and HIMS, but there's other stuff on here like ON.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think we've seen this before. Oh, they got a big drop, 16% this morning. What the heck? So they're down actually. What's that? Earnings? Maybe some kind of news, but they're down pretty big here, 16%, 1.9 million shares traded. Now I've seen this many times. I never actually added. I can't recall adding on and on to the list. I definitely don't recall trading it. So I don't know how they move. They seem to get good volume, at least this morning. They are a nicey ticker, so you got to be careful with that. But yeah, big drop down all the way to the last area of support that they had here back in April and in May as well. So, John, I'm not sure what the news is driving them lower this morning. Did they report earnings?
Earnings, yeah, reported 39 cents per share versus an expectation of 38, right in line, a little bit of a beat. I don't know if I have the revenue numbers here. Revenue grew 18% year over year. I don't have the actual numbers they reported for the quarter here, but yeah, I guess they missed expectations on earnings. Not something I'm totally stoked to trade anyway.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. I always like looking at Baba. I do see Baba on the list this morning, so let's head over there and see what's going on. Baba, right now we are gapping down 2.3, and again, I always say this, and when I look at it, I'm like, doesn't look good. But again, the history with me and Baba has been awesome. So I'm being hopeful that this thing can get back to some good trading, some good intraday trading. Yesterday seems like it had a good, yesterday, the day I don't watch it. And it's hard to catch that because, look, pre-market, they do nothing. Barely gapped up, barely had any volume. So it's very difficult to say, hey, today's the day. Sorry, I'm not showing you the right charts. So nothing in the pre-market. It's very difficult to say today's the day out of nowhere that we're going to have this beautiful trade on Baba, and man, what a day it was. So I'm inclined to put in a secondary list just because I do like Baba. We are gapping down here, but for the most part, it's not really in play for them. For the average trader, I believe, John, this is not something that's in play. For me, it's just because I love me some Baba if we can get it moving here.
Yeah, it's not catalytically in play. There's no story here. I did have a fairly interesting day yesterday. I mean, a low price of 128, a high of 132, so it moved $4, $4.50. I guess that's good. Looking at the daily for Baba, that's a big day. I recently took, Carlos, after years of having an entire like Chinese sector of stocks on my watch list, like Baba, JD, Baidu.
Yeah.
Who else is on there?
Was SQ Square Chinese? Maybe
No.
they're not Chinese, but I know it was one of those that moved with that sector as well. Like whenever JD and these guys were moving, Square for some reason was moving. I remember that being always on the list. But yeah, you're saying after having all these Chinese tickers.
Yeah, well, I got rid of them because they just, and there was a time when they were so, like, I used to love trading Baidu, and I just had to admit after a while, like, it's just not coming back, And so I just deleted all these Chinese stocks from my watch list. I just have not traded them in a long time. I kept Baba. That's the one that I've kept just kind of out of nostalgia at this point because I just never trade it. But it is on my watch list. It did have a good run in late January. If you look at July 30th to August 4th, a hell of a run. Actually, it really like gapped up each day and moved from down around 113 all the way up to 128. But since then, it's kind of languished here. It's kind of consolidating, trying to figure out what it's going to do. Yesterday, it looked like it was going to break out. Now it's back below that level. Yeah, I can't find a catalyst. I'm not totally stoked on Baba. But you're right, Carlos. The day I don't watch it is the day it probably moves perfectly.
I mean, we saw that yesterday. And again, I'm probably late to the party. I'm probably not going to get a day like it did yesterday here. But we'll see. We'll throw it on there. I do have the space. Today's list, guys, is we're not getting anything blockbuster today. So I think a lot of stuff is going to be waiting on what is the overall market doing. CoreWeave is another one that we haven't talked about yet. CoreWeave as well, having earnings. Is it tonight? Is it after hours tonight? I think.
Yeah, CoreWeave, SMCI, CoreWeave, and there was something else. I feel like. What the heck was it? Light, Lite, Lumentum can be kind of fun to trade. It used to be. I don't know if it still is, but But SMCI will be the big one to watch this afternoon, I think, and then CoreWeave.
Yeah, CoreWeave for sure, looking pretty good. Which actually I'm going to add. This is another one that can have leading up to earnings can trade very well, right? So CoreWeave is another one that right now you're seeing it up 2.5, 757,000 shares trade. I think it's worth adding to the list as well. Is usually one that can trade very nice. All right, friends, I think that's going to cover my list. I'm going to put this right over here, CRWV, and we'll be set to go. Guys, get your tickets ready. We'll look at what you guys have on deck, and we'll start putting off some stuff from the chat here and check in to see what we can add to our list, if anything, or make changes. I feel like I have enough already, but if there's anything better that you have on your end, I would love to consider it and put it on my list. All right, before we continue, let's head over to Eamon with our fun fact of today. Oh, Eamon is frozen.
All right, guys. Yeah. Sorry, I'm here. All right, guys. So here is an interesting number. Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, they're all expected to spend more than $750 billion on AI infrastructure this year. And this is just 4 companies. And next year, the total spending could move above $1 trillion. I mean, a few years ago, the AI spending just meant buying chips, GPUs, and that was basically it. But now it's data centers, power plants, cooling systems, networking equipment, and a lot of electrical upgrades. So AI right now is not just a software story anymore. It's becoming one of the biggest construction projects in the whole world. And just to understand how big this number is, $750 billion a year is more than the entire annual GDP of Austria. It's more than GDP of UAE, more than the GDP of Norway and Denmark. That's how big it is, and they're just spending this amount of money in 1 year, and next year more than $1 trillion. And for today's in history, On August 11th, 1911, the Hawaiian swimmer Duke Kahanamoko, hopefully I pronounced his name correctly, he broke the world record of the 100-yard freestyle. He beat the old record by 4.6 seconds, and it was such a huge improvement that the officials said, no way. They refused to accept the record simply because they thought that the timing had been wrong, or maybe there is something off with the clock or something like that. But Duke later went to the Olympics. He won multiple gold medals and proved that, yes, he was that fast. He also became one of the people who helped make surfing popular around the whole world. So sometimes when somebody does something that is far better than everyone expects, the first reaction is not, oh, that's amazing or that's perfect. The first reaction is, check the numbers again, or it can't be true. And you can relate to that today because right now, when you see a video about someone doing something unbelievable, the first comment usually, that's AI. So this is what it is right now, guys. I'll be calling it today around here, back at 11 a.m. with Kyle, and leaving you with John and Carlos for the rest of the show.
All right, man. Have a great morning, Amen. Why didn't you just have him run it again? Just have him run it back. Say, hey, listen, that seemed like it was too good. Let's do another take. I guess nobody thought about that at that moment, so I'll just have him do it again and make sure that
I'll
hey,
tell
you
what
actually
might be
can
AI
hit those
there is
numbers. Yeah.
That picture of Duke looks a little jacked. I'm looking at some other images of him on the internet. No doubt, a fit guy, a very fit guy. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
They might have enhanced the
AI is adding some
veinage there.
extra veins and cuts in the muscles there. Yeah, usually fast guys are not cut up to the point that they look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. So yeah, I agree. All right, friends. All right, let's take a look here. What we have so far, what you guys like this morning. So let's go over to your chat. SpaceX jump. Yeah, see, when I start thinking about SpaceX, this is something I can definitely add to my list. So nice recovery. 100 was out of the question for right now. So we're up $37 from that, and doesn't seem like it wants to stop on this rally. So I know many were thinking, hey, I'll buy when it gets to 100. I'll buy when it goes under 100. Will you get that opportunity again? Is the question. Did you miss the boat here? So I don't know. It's still too early to tell. But yesterday, what a beautiful run it had, and today already 2.2 million shares traded. I didn't watch it yesterday. I'm gonna put it on my list today. Let me see what I can remove from here. But I got to put it on here. I'm gonna put it on so I don't forget. But I will have it. I'll remove something else from this list for sure. All right, SNDK also has been in play. SNDK, if I take a look here, SNDK, here we go. SNDK this morning, we are up. Yeah. How did it do yesterday? Yesterday did move higher. We're not getting the clean moves we had last week, though. Last week, this was awesome. Obviously, after earnings, and again, the next couple of days after earnings, you're going to get some pretty good moves. But I don't see anything that was great yesterday. So I think this goes to the sideline for now. Is it a stock that we're going to keep an eye on and watch and see if it does something great? We can probably take an action on it. Yes, absolutely. But I don't see anything that I love on it this morning. I'm not sure about you, John. John, is SNDK part of your top 12 or no?
It is, yeah. It's
Okay.
It's been there for most of this year, probably whenever it started ripping. When did SNDK really start taking off? That was back in since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, beginning of the year. Another pop in April, and then September.
Yeah, so I put it on there.
That's like
very expensive, crazy. Very big spread. So by its nature, you can only buy you have to buy fewer shares because it costs so much, and so that kind of protects you on the spread game. But I do got to be careful because it's like I can afford to buy more. How do I say this? I can get myself in trouble. Let's just say it that way.
You can afford to buy more that you should probably for the risk and how it can move. Yeah, I get it. I get it. What I've been doing is, man, we traded last week. We traded SNXX. and it was actually pretty successful, man. I usually don't trade the ETF. There's an ETF 2 times leverage, but it was pretty good. I didn't tie up a whole lot of buying power. Now here's another one. You could get in trouble both ways, because now here you feel like, oh, it's a $9 stock, and you feel like you could buy a boatload. You shouldn't do that. Still, the way you should buy, calculate how much risk you're going to get. And you guys know this, of course. You've been here long enough over in chat. What's my risk? What am I risking here? Keep the risk the same. If I'm risking 250 here, risk 250 on Sanders, risk 250 on whatever you're trading, keep the risk the same, especially on this leverage products, right? Very, very important. But yeah, SNXX gets great volume, some really nice fills on it. So it's been a good one for us. Instead of Sanders and having to deal with that massive spread, man, that could be dangerous. So, all right, let's see what else we have here, friends. Andrews in chat says FRMI Fermi looks good this morning. He likes that one. It is up 21%. I'm not a big fan of Fermi. I don't usually trade it very well, but again, this one's up 21%. 3 million shares traded. So Andrew's going to be watching this one in chat, and it should be fun. What's the reason for this? This earnings, right, John? Earnings last night, I believe. So we got the nice big pop.
Fermi. It is no. That's the one. They have the deal to they got their first binding customer release on its Project Matador AI data center campus. So they got a 15-year deal with TensorWave to use this facility. So that's the news on Fermi.
Gotcha. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, what else, friends? What else you guys like this morning? So Fermi is there. What do we have? SNDK, yes, SNDK, SNXX, SNDQ are ones you can look at. SNXX for me has been really good. I think that's the one that I will watch. But your choice there. All right, what else, friend? SE. If we look at SE this morning, SE is moving. We're up 10% here. C limited. Volume on this one tends to be a little bit weird at times, but they're having a great morning today. They're having an awesome morning. Again, volume on the daily is extremely light, so I'm always concerned how that's going to trade when the bell hits. But yeah, they're up pretty nice this morning, almost 10%, 1.1 million shares traded. Again, I'm just always concerned with the price action. New York Stock Exchange as well. But you know what? I want to see how this trades today, so I'm going to add in a secondary just to keep an eye on it. I want to see how the volume is and how the price action is at the market open. Thanks for bringing this one up. Clearly in play. And I do like the way this one looks here. I got to bring this list lower. SMCI, PLTR, SKHY, Rocket Lab, CoreWeave, SpaceX is just way too much. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, that's how much I can really watch is 6 stickers. That's the max on my screen real estate. So let's see. Let's continue. IBM says Alex Ben here. IBM this morning. I know they've been trading much better than what they normally do. Today, Alex, I'm not seeing anything spectacular. You're probably looking at the daily. The daily could be a nice little breakout. They had the huge gap down back in middle of July and did go lower, recover a little bit, and they're back at this 240 level where they're just kind of stuck. So if they can get something going here, they possibly can start moving into this gap and start closing some of this. But right now, I am not loving the volume. I know that could change at the market open. They normally don't get great volume in the pre-market. Here's an example from yesterday, from last trading session, right? So no volume, and look at this nice pop up here, all the way to 241 from 235. So almost a $6-7 move. So it can get going. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that one. Another one is Oracle will be mentioned by a day in the life of Rojas. Okay. Interesting name. Oracle. Not doing much, my friend. It's pretty flat, no volume. So we'll have to wait for the market open to see what it does. Day looks awesome. Nice drop here and then recovery. But for the most part, I don't see anything happening in this morning. Wow, what a drop on Oracle. In just 2 months, on April to almost August here, 250 to 120. Ouch. I'm telling you, man, these software companies, they got to figure it out. Oracle, SAP, all these companies. I think I'm not gonna say they're in trouble, but they gotta figure something out. People are not gonna be paying these high priced membership tags if they just can AI everything themselves in house. How is that thing going? I don't know if you heard about that, John. The thing with Starbucks, right? They were doing their own in house POS system or operating system. So I wonder when we're gonna get an update on that. How's that going? Because one of the bigger companies that said, "Hey, we're not gonna get rid of what we have, but we're gonna start looking to build one in house, which can be, I guess, more customizable to what they do." So that obviously, when that came out, I think it was Oracle that's run by them. I'm not sure, or that runs their system. They took a big drop, right? So yeah, I don't know. You might be able to order your coffee now through ChatGPT, John, on your grande
I
latte.
guess I had not heard that. That's bold for
Yeah.
Starbucks. Maybe they're trying to reduce some of those lines. They get quite big in those drive-throughs.
Yeah, they got to figure out the line situation. Um, but it's a bottleneck. It's a bottleneck in the morning. Everybody's doing the same exact thing, and that's hard to fix. It's hard to fix. Right, we tried doing that here going into New York. In New York, it's just a bottleneck. 8:30, 8 o'clock to 10. It's just can't help it. Everybody's going into work at the same time. All right, so here it is, Starbucks, my friends. Not doing anything right now. Pretty quiet. Oracle went from 114 to 150 in a couple of days. It did, but still, this is a big drop. So it did. They had a nice recovery here. I think it could be a good one if it goes in play, it can trade well. But that's a big drop, man. And we'll see. We'll see where it goes. And last time was at 325. That's a bigger drop all into last year. I mean, we are in the AI era. Like, you should be going higher, not the other way around. You are a software company, so we'll see. But I don't want to scare you. If you have like positions in Oracle, take my stuff as just whatever I'm saying. It's not fact, so just be careful. Don't go exiting your position because Carlos says AI is for Oracle is not working. I ran here. We are up 3.1, 202.8 million shares traded. I think this is another one that it's in play. We talked about it earlier. A lot of these are looking pretty good this morning. I do have Ride on my list. I think Ride's the one I'm probably going to go with this morning. They got the most volume. I think they're the ones with the bigger story today. So I do have them on my secondary list just because they have not been trading so well. So I don't know how it's going to be after the market open, but we'll definitely keep an eye on it to see how this trades. All right, friends, I'm good. Feeling good with my list. I got way too many, so I probably got to reduce a couple. But before we do that, let's head over to bearwithtraders.com and we can take a look at what is happening in our community. We had an amazing onboarding class last night. Beautiful turnout. We had a lot of members come in. We had a good presentation. Andrew, Dwayne, and myself were there. And thank you guys for taking the time to be in there yesterday. If you missed it, we will do it again on next Monday. Next Monday, we'll be live again for that. All right, John's going to let you know what's happening for today on this beautiful Tuesday and also how to join the community.
Tuesday is our strategy webinar day. So we will have tonight Mike talking about risk management for futures, talking position sizing, contract selection, and capital protection. Futures, if you don't know, so Bear Bull Traders tends to be more of an equity trading community, I guess. But in most day trading, futures is often the most attractive avenue to take, and it often has to do with leverage because you can get higher leverage trading futures, but there's other advantages as well. Shorting is a bit easier. There's often no hard to borrow fees, no uptick rule on SSR stocks. Extended trading hours, you can trade them later than you can equities. I don't know exactly what the hours are, but they're a longer market day. There is a tax advantage, I understand, as well, and I don't understand it particularly well, but I think contracts are treated often as given what's called a 60-40 tax treatment, where 60% is considered like a long-term capital gain, if you have a gain, hopefully you do, and 40% would be in the short term. So there's many reasons why they're attractive, and Mike's been getting into this lately. and trading them a lot more. Very excited about it, doing well with it, and really likes it. So it's exciting to see this different type of trading get talked about more in Bearable Traders. So be excited to check out that one. And the following week, you got me. Lo and behold, I'll be doing the high day break webinar, which I do about once a year. So if you're new to Bearable Traders and you haven't seen that webinar, you want to see it in its latest form, come by the following week and I'll be talking about that particular trade, which is just, that's what I do. I come every day looking for that trade. If you've seen me sharing trades here on YouTube, it's always the same one. It's always a stock breaking out its high of day and trying to catch that momentum to carry it further to my target price. So that's what's coming up tonight and then the following Tuesday. And if you'd like to join Bearable Traders so that you can actually see these webinars, you're going to need elite membership access there. And you can see you can get that for $99 a month. That gets you access to the live onboarding session that Carlos talked about just a moment ago. Good to hear enrollment or participation's back. I know the World Cup kind of put a ding in all kinds of day trading participation.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy how much attention grab that was. It's just wild.
It was impressive. Yeah. I really think this soccer sport's going to take off around the world, Carlos. I think it's got legs.
Not here, man. I just don't think we don't have the infrastructure. And I always tell people it starts with kids. Why do you think the NFL protects I mean, you know this. The NFL protects kids. They want to make it, oh, soccer is, football is safe. Yeah, your 7-year-old can't take a hit, No, they can't, but they want to keep protecting that because the minute people stop playing these sports in like literally elementary school, the minute you stop that, junior high school, the sports dies. You don't have that with soccer. Not my schools here, they don't have soccer. My kid is in soccer, but it's through a private league, right? If the schools don't have it, like on a major school system all around the nation, you're just not going to get it.
In New Jersey, you don't have like high school soccer?
No, not in every high school. No, not in every high school, man. I'm telling you. So it's if New York doesn't have soccer in every high school, there's no space, right? I grew up in New York. No, we didn't have soccer in New York. We don't have it in some of the schools here. Now, maybe if you go more south, if you go more west, where there's more space, maybe they have it. But you just don't have these soccer teams like that in the populated areas. If you don't have them everywhere, then you're not getting football. We got football down the block. High school has football. We have 2 major high schools here. They all have football, right? And football is like the thing, right? So if you don't get it in high school and junior high school, you're not building a league. It's just that you're just not going to do it, Baseball, basketball, and football is what drives all these schools here, right? We got little leagues. Yeah, we got little leagues. We got teenage high school T-ball, with people with kids with uniform that barely know how to walk, hitting a bat. You don't get football in here like that. I mean, football, soccer. You're not going to build a league. It's going to be very, very.
I'm going to have to investigate New Jersey school participation in soccer versus other. I'm not buying this, Carlos. I think
I'll bring it in. We do have it, but not in my area, and we're in the populated area. We don't have it here in North Bergen.
It's like the easiest sport to provide. You just need a field, 2 cheap goals, and a ball. Like you're off and running.
You said it. You need a field. There's not that many fields compared to how much in a soccer field takes up so much space. You can fit 10 baseball. Well, not you could fit 3 baseball fields in one of those, right? So you just don't have that, and the maintenance you have to provide to it. We have a nice field that people come and play soccer in as a unorganized sports, but it's a football field. It's meant for football, right? So I'm telling you, man, it is not a thing, not a thing.
All right, I'm gonna have a hard time getting the skepticism look off my face, but well,
look it up, man. Look it up. I'm telling you.
I'll do some research. We'll see.
Yeah.
I was joking anyway. Man. Obviously, soccer is immensely popular. That was the joke anyway. But yeah, you're right. In the US, if we want to get anywhere, it's going to have to be a fundamental change in youth participation. I thought it's like one of the biggest youth sports. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting a biased sampling. Man, I know so many kids that play.
And again, I'm the sample of North Bergen. Like I'm in the area where it's popular. Now, if you go to Jersey, where it's like by Philly, that's the boondocks, right? There's nothing there. There's space. It's probably soccer Rutgers University is probably soccer, but in every school here, every high school here in the North Bergen area, we do not have a soccer field. We don't. So it's all football fields. And that's what we're playing. We're playing football, unfortunately. So.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So I know it's weird, right? But you would think, oh, there's space. No, there's not. There's space for a football field in baseball. That's it.
I forgot how we got here. Oh, onboarding's doing
better. Yeah, onboarding.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to go to onboarding, join us. Well, anyone can go to onboarding, right, Carl? Is that the way onboarding works? Like,
well, yes, you could. Yesterday we actually had it open for everyone. And Andrew sent out a nice newsletter. We had a lot of people join up. That was completely free. But you can join for $39, get access for the entire week, and also get access to the onboarding class. I think that's right over here. So there, try us out for 1 week. This gets you into the onboarding class every Monday as well.
I forgot that little link's down there. Yeah, so you can join us for $99 a month for elite membership, but you can also give it a whirl for $39 for 1 week. And if you have a week to set aside to get serious about day trading, if you're wondering what it's about and whether you should join a community, it's a great offer, $39. When you have the time, when you have a lot of time to spend in the chat room and watching the webinars for a full week, give it a try and see if you like it. From there, you can bump up to the serious membership here, the career mentorship, which will give you access to everything you get with Elite. But the kicker is you get that $50,000 funded training account. So with that, you can get an account to trade on our trading terminal website in our simulator. You can trade live charts during the day. They're fully live, up-to-date charts. And up to the minute charts, up to the second. And if you happen to make money in that account, Andrew will cut you a check and send it to you. So, you'll start off with $50,000 in buying power or $12,500 equity with 4-to-1 margin. If you can turn that $12,500 into $12,504, Andrew will send you a check for $4. Sounds easy to do. Maybe you can pull it off. Give it a try. Join us there with that career membership or bump up to the inner circle, our highest level of membership. And what that gets you, the big discriminator there is the unlimited boot camp. So you can join us for a 90-day boot camp with our peak capital trading boot camp experience, which we get rave reviews about. I mean, people love the experience, the education, the camaraderie of trading in boot camp. And this actually allows you to attend it unlimited as long as it exists until that meteor comes and destroys us all. You can keep going back to boot camp and making yourself better and better. It's given what boot camp costs, that's a tremendous value. So definitely something to check out as well.
Yeah. Here's a couple of numbers because I see a lot of comments on the soccer stuff as well. Check this out. The number one sports in New Jersey: football, basketball. This is high school. Volleyball, not even soccer. Volleyball, then soccer. So it just tells you they're so far down the list. And this is a populated state.
It's about availability of venue. Like every school's going to have a gym, so you got a basketball team, no doubt about it.
Yeah, exactly.
If you got a basketball court, you also have a volleyball team.
Yeah.
So you do your
look it up. And I also remember I grew up in New York, and in New York, man, we barely have baseball. You have baseball, but everything is basketball because you just don't have the space. Every school had a gym, so there's a playground, there's basketball everywhere. Nobody's playing soccer. Maybe the older guys that came from another country or another town, right? They moved to New York. They go rent the soccer fields by the pier, which costs an arm and a leg to rent for an hour. But it's what it is. I'm telling you. So unless you get that change, starting with the school system, to get soccer to be a popular sport like that, it's going to be very, very, very difficult. But we'll see, man. My son's enjoying soccer. He's in a soccer league throughout the summer, and we'll see. But now he's doing basketball camp, and I hope he gets into basketball. I think it's much more fun. So we'll see. We'll see what he decides. All right, friends, let's get some levels in place. Mike agrees. See, there you go. Mike's agreeing. And Mike is a soccer dad. His girl is travels and all that stuff. And yeah. All right, let's see here. SMCI, PLTR, SKHY, RKLB, CoreWeave, and SpaceX. And let's see what we got going on here. So here's SMCI. We'll start with some levels here. This looks okay. For some reason, it looked better earlier, but not so much right now. 32.29, and then towards the bottom we do have 31.73. I don't see any other levels you need on this one, so you're looking pretty good there. Just to high of the pre-market, low of the pre-market, you're surrounded by the highs and lows on the daily. All right, so there it is. Next one is going to be PLTR. So PLTR this morning was great to us. Yes, it was great to us last week. Can it continue? And it was great to us yesterday after waiting a very long time, but it still delivered. Let's hope it doesn't give us that much of a hard time today. And it wasn't just not PLTR, it was a lot of other tickers as well. Very difficult to get going. We're stuck in a lot of chop here. 174.44 is the high, 171.84 is the low. And once you do that, you can see a couple of levels towards the top there, previous day close, high of yesterday, and then towards the bottom. If we go here, let's go right in here. Dun, dun, dun. We do have 167.67, and then we also have 165.25. There we go. All right, let's look at SKHY is next on the list. Surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. They had some headwinds yesterday on some issues with some smaller companies and trying to fight them off. Well, it looks like today they're still holding this 135 here, so that's still looking good. Towards the bottom, you only got 2 days here, which is 129.86, and you have 125. So we might as well mark them down. You guys remember recent IPO. So you don't have a lot of data here. You have just this, what you're seeing on the screen. We'll mark these 2 lows of these 2 days here, and then notice how this level, this 135 level, continues to be very, very strong. Can SKHY bounce from here? High of the pre-market is going to be at 138.38, and then above that you do have the highs from 2 trading days ago. This would have been last week, Friday. Rocket Lab with earnings. Here we have a couple of levels. We have 71.84. Good volume right now, 3.2 million shares traded. Towards the bottom, we do have 67.07, and then right here we have 62.53. In the middle, smack in the middle of this, there is a level 75.03. I think it's worth noting. You can see a couple of days slamming into that. I think it's worth having on here in the pre-market session already. You can see that's acting as an area of a little bit of resistance, a little bit of support. Also, after hours last night was a big one too. That 75.03 had a lot going on there. So might be worth having it there just in case it's going to be something for today. All right, CoreWeave looking very good here. Starting to pick up volume up almost 3%. High of the pre-market stuck at 90.85 for now. The low of the pre-market all the way below the previous day close at 87.09. And once you do that, guys, you're surrounded by the levels from the last 2 trading days. These guys got earnings coming up today, so they can trade well leading up to that. And for sure, tomorrow we'll be having a lot of fun with this one as well. SpaceX, say what's going on here with SpaceX. We are doing pretty good. I mean, this thing 136.33 is looking good, hitting the previous day close now, trying to go green after a nice rally off the all-time lows, I guess you could call it that. 104-ish area, right? So nice rally there in the last couple of days. Is this the turnaround? Are we going back above our open IPO price? 135, I think, was the initial public offering. The open price was a little bit higher. It was around 149.52, we'll call it. Is this the turnaround for SpaceX? But we like the way it looks here. We like the volume, almost 3 million shares traded. Another level at 143.05, and I think once you do that, you're pretty much set on SpaceX this morning. It looks very, very, very good. All right, we are set, John. For those wondering, Peter is out on the next couple of days, some time off, much needed. He'll be back on Monday. John and my good buddy here is going to be covering for us for a couple of days, and we'll take you through the market open as well. All right, we are set. We got a couple of minutes. Anything else we might have missed, John?
I think you missed how many high schools in New Jersey have soccer teams.
they suck. How many have soccer teams?
I'm sorry I typed over your talk. I thought it was on mute, so I was banging away on my $20 keyboard, making some noise. I'm sorry about that. It probably sounded like a real busy day trading.
No, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. I don't know if the members did.
So I had to get AI to dig into this a bit. Took a little while because, but it estimates New Jersey is third in the nation in high school soccer participation. I asked for boys specifically.
Tells you. That just tells you how low it is in the whole country.
But 88% of schools have a soccer team in New Jersey, Carl. Like
I don't, not in my area. In my area, they don't have big soccer teams at all.
Carlos,
Maybe
that's what we call,
now.
That's called a biased sample and a small sample.
No, it is. That's what I'm telling you. If you have to take the big cities, because that's where the money's at. You can't take the people hanging out in Philly, New Milford down there. Not that you care. You people are important to the world, yes, but we don't care. It's just that simple. If the big cities, the big populations are not doing it, it's very tough to make it a big deal. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you.
Well, that's kind of drifting the argument here a little bit. I mean, we're talking about participate. Like New Jersey has a.
Oh, wait. So what's the question? The question is, can soccer make it to a national sport here? My answer is no, because they're not in too many schools. They're not in every school. They're not in too many schools enough. Like you have soccer, baseball, and basketball. You don't have them the way you do those sports.
Well, my interest got piqued when you suggested New Jersey didn't have a lot of soccer, because the Northeast is where it's at. Like it's a Northeast sport. It's a I don't know how to say
if it is. So this is how bad it is, right? If it is, I'm gonna go to my high school here. I'm gonna go to the one next doors. If they do have a soccer team, I have no idea about it, but I do know their soccer team because they're listed everywhere. I'm sorry, their football team because they're everywhere. I know their baseball team because they have banners everywhere. I don't know any of their soccer teams. So if they have soccer teams and we don't know about them, that's horrible. Because we don't hear about them. You see what I'm saying? So if the high school here has a soccer team, nobody knows. And that just tells you how popular it is. It's not popular. But we know the football team, we know the baseball team, right? We know the basketball team. We see them play every day in the Rhoda Center, the community center. We don't know the soccer team. So if they might have one. You're right. They might have one, but we don't know them. We don't.
I think hidden in here, Carlos, is some classic American bashing of Europe. I think that's what's going on here in a roundabout way.
Why Europe? Why?
because they love soccer, and you refuse to admit that anyone else likes it.
Soccer is great. I just think it's not popular enough for the U.S. No, soccer is great. Hey, I enjoy watching the match after the World Cup. But soccer is great. My son loves playing soccer. I love, what they call it, juggling, whatever they call that crap. I do it with him. We have a great time. We bought a couple of soccer balls. He's into it hard. But I'm telling you, if these high schools around here have a soccer team, I don't even know about them. But I know the rest of the teams. So it just tells you the popularity that soccer has. It's not big. So just because your school has a team, maybe I stand correctly, your school has a soccer team, guess what? We probably don't care. And that's sad. I'm not saying it's correct, but we probably don't care. We do care about your football team, though. I'm playing this Sunday.
I think what we're learning, it's participation as a sport at our schools is actually, for soccer, is high. I think it's
okay.
It's a fairly popular high school sport, and the numbers show over half the high schools in the country have a team. So, not like I'm sure it's much higher for football. It's certainly much higher for basketball. It's probably the highest of all, again, because every school has a gym. So why wouldn't you have a basketball team? But it does beg the question. We probably have more kids playing youth soccer than Germany does. We probably have more kids playing youth soccer than the UK does, and probably more than Spain does. But we're not. We're not generating the talent in the end. Just by sheer numbers, we're a country of 330 million people. If over half our high schools have soccer teams, that's a lot of kids playing soccer.
That's true. That's more kids. But there's no interest like there is with the rest of the sports.
Well, they just can't. We don't have the skill. It's just not. It's just. I guess it's this. I don't know.
No, I think the skill can come from anywhere, John. To be honest, I think that if the interest is there, I think you can get the skill from guys over here that can play well. I don't think it has to do with just because there's in Spain they're better soccer players. I don't believe that. We got tons of great.
Well, you got to play. You got to play better people. Like it's just. I don't know. I don't know where.
You trying to say our kids suck, John? Are you saying our kids suck?
Yeah. Compared to Spanish kids, they do.
No, I don't think that's how it works, man. Don't think that's how it works.
Carlos,
no.
You ever seen take an American kid and ask him to throw a baseball? A lot of American kids will throw the hell out of a baseball. They'll put some speed on that. go to Europe and have kids throw a baseball, and nothing against them, but they don't throw shit as much. Sorry.
But because they're not doing it 24/7. I'm throwing a
Right, that's
baseball
what
with a
I'm
kid.
saying.
So what I'm saying is, if you start doing it 24/7 here, you're gonna get the skill. But we're not doing it 24/7. We're agreeing on the same points. We're agreeing on the same points on different mountains. We're agreeing on the same exact thing.
We are. I'm just curious how you get. I'm curious how you get the skill. How do you increase it? How do you make
interest?
But do we have the interest? I don't know. I'm going in a circle here.
We don't have the interest. No, John, you don't have the interest. When you turn on TV, you're not seeing soccer here in the U.S. You're seeing baseball, you're seeing basketball, and you're seeing football. You're not seeing soccer.
We have the kids putting in the hours. They're going on to soccer fields. They're playing soccer. Clearly, the numbers are there. But I guess what we have to do is we have to import a bunch of kids from other countries to come to our schools to play our own kids. Like we need to like foster them here. Like 1 million kids from Europe, we'll bring them over here. We'll put them in our high schools, you know?
That's not how
two really good European kids on every American
those kids are going to come do, they're going to take their skills and move it over to football and make a lot of money and go to college. And that's what they're going to do. They're not going to play soccer here because there's no interest at a high level. It's not about the kids' skills, I'm telling you. There's got to be a path to make some serious money. And there's not. Not here in the U.S., you know? So.
All right. I don't even know I've lost track of the argument.
Well, we have to agree to disagree, but I get your point. But
I think we're agreeing to agree is where we need to get to.
I think we are, kind of. Yeah, I think we are. All right, friends. There it is, our segment for the day on what is going on with soccer in the U.S. But now let's get back to trading. We have our list ready. 3 minutes through the market open, and we are pretty much set. John, what is our team watching in chat? What is Andrew and the rest of the moderators looking at this morning?
Let's see. Mike, who loves soccer, is watching SpaceX, NVDA, and his futures MESUS. What the hell is that? I should learn what that is. So every time Mike puts it up here, I'll know how to say. Is it the E-minis or something? Probably. Kyle's watching Riot, SKHY, and SMCI. Andrew's watching Riot, DMCI. Did we even talk about that? That doesn't ring a bell. NVIDIA, Rocket Lab, and PLTR. Brian's watching Riot, NVIDIA, SOXL, SPY, and the Qs. Jared's watching Space, Stonks, SpaceX, ASTS, and Rocket Lab. Secondary also watching HIMS and Riot. And Eamon says, good morning. He's not really excited about anything at all. I'm kind of with Eamon myself. I'm not super stoked about anything this morning. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a rough day. Let's hope we don't get that type of day today. I do see PLTRs moving here, SKHY. Yeah, let's hope, man. You're right. It's not a blockbuster list, or we're doing some stuff. But I'm hoping this changes after the market open, man. I'm really hoping so. Or else we're going to have to be very, very patient and wait for our setup here. All right, we are good to go, friends. A minute and a half to the market open. Guys, get your affairs in order as we get ready for the market open. John covering in for Peter today. And we are set to go. I see Andrew in chat, getting my chat open, getting my market atlas open. We will be ready to go. Jared's calling out Riot. What's going on with Riot? We got Riot on our secondary. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Up 20%. That's a lot, actually.
Would you say you have a lot of lacrosse, high school lacrosse in New Jersey, Carlos?
I even know my lacrosse team in my high school before I know the soccer team. That's sad, but it just tells you the interest.
But you realize they usually use the same field. You realize that, right?
Yeah. They use the same soccer field and all of that. But I know the lacrosse team. I don't know the soccer team. They might have one. There's no interest, you know. So having one and interest are two very, very big different things, John. I think that's what it is.
I take issue with the interest. We're gonna have to get to the bottom of this, Carlos. We're gonna have to talk more later. The market's about to open.
We're going to have a podcast after the podcast to get on this.
We need AI to sort through what we talked about. We need to take a transcript of this and give it to an AI and be like, what argument did Carlos and John actually make? And what are their points of agreement and disagreement?
Let's do it. I've done that before.
Maybe somebody can take care of that for us. Market's open.
All right, friends. Let's lock in here. SMCI doing some stuff. Let's hope that we can get something good. PLTR again, starting off beautiful. It did this yesterday, and then it sucked after. At least it didn't give us a quick play. But we'll see here. I'm gonna wait 5 minutes for before taking a trade, because I don't want to get caught in this choppy volatility. I want to make sure that things settle down. I pick the best possible opportunity to go long or short. So I'm going to be very patient here. Let's see what gives us the move. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see, what do we have here? SpaceX staying green.
I'm gonna watch Rocket Lab just to start here.
Oh, I forgot to add. I have Rocket Lab. There we go. Oh yeah, we do have Rocket Lab here. Okay, yep. I got Rocket Lab as well. Steven is here for the soccer debate. It's a good debate. It's a good debate. We can definitely continue it a little bit later. RKLB. Oh, that's a nice pop. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help us out a ton. So thank you so much for that. We're sitting at 208 likes. 500 likes gives us access to give away the funded account. So free funded account giveaway if we can get to 500 likes this morning. So, and that's for everyone. Everyone here, whether you're a member or not, BBT, you are included. So if you're watching, you are included in the giveaway. So help us get there. 500 likes, free funded account giveaway for everyone watching now. We'll do a giveaway for that. RKLB looking good. SKHY not getting the volume. PLTR. No. CoreWeave struggling a little bit here.
Rocket Lab rejected PDC, the previous day close, pretty much to the penny, right up around 89 or $80. So it looks like it wants to go green, but that level's often tough for stocks, and it just rejected off it. The previous day close for Rocket Lab was $80.04, and it rejected at $80.09. And here it goes, maybe for the push into the green.
Let's see what's going on here. SMCI. Oh man, I'm glad I'm waiting 5 minutes because it's not looking great right now. Rocket Lab, man, right back at it again. This thing looks like it wants to break.
Yeah, that $80 level is very interesting. I'm hoping it lasts for 20 more seconds just so I can obey my rule of waiting for the 5th 1 minute candle. But
yeah,
I may go early on it if it starts to go here because it looks very interesting for a breakout.
Yeah, see if it can hold. Right now, it's just acting as a big rejection. What does a level 2 look like on this thing? RKLB. Let me plug this one in here. It does look. No, it looks very balanced actually because you got some big orders to the downside too. 75 has 20,000. Yeah, it's pretty balanced out.
That's the pullback I was looking for. That's actually good. Hopefully it doesn't fall too far because I'll have to wait a long time for it to come back up if it does. But I'm going to put an alert on Rocket Lab at, actually going to put it at 79.02, just see when it breaks 79 to watch it go to 80.
Yeah. Wow, CoreWeave, nice 1 minute engulfing, but I devoted myself not to getting in before the 5 minutes because I just don't want to get caught in chop. But this was a nice engulfing here. Not complete. Yeah, I know that this candle didn't come all the way down here, but still, that's a nice one. Happens right at the VWAP too. And look at the drop. Not an easy trade, but man, that was nice. SKHY looks like it wants to break out. Here's your 5 minute ORB range. Oh man, Let's take a look. Let's see how. Yeah, SKH. Oh, it does.
Market's been diving since it opened, by the way.
Oh, that doesn't help. Yeah.
Yeah, SPY and the Qs are both flushing here. Qs just lost pre-market low. SPY's looking to come down to PDC. Maybe Mike said he's watching that 773 level on the SPY, which I do think is important. Which is
Here's
the previous day close.
140 on SKHY. It looks like it wants to go higher. You got the demand that wants to go higher, but if SPY selling off does not help the situation because it starts putting a lot of pressure on things that do want to go higher. But yeah, you got this 140, 17,000. There's nothing to the downside. Got a little tiny spot at 139. We're there now, so hopefully we can get rid of that and maybe go back up. I don't know. I'm not sure. If the SPY is selling down, hopefully it can bounce here from the previous day close. The SPY. That will help. That will definitely help. So SKHY. I like this for a 5-minute ORB.
I'm interested in SKHY too, and I don't know why. It doesn't look good pattern-wise, but there's something.
Yeah, it looks a little bit choppy here, right? I mean, it looks a little bit choppy. But the 5-minute, if you look at the 5-minute, kind of quiet it down a little bit. It looks a little bit nicer. I do like the level 2.
It's holding yesterday's high really well here.
Yeah. If I get in here now, I can get a really good risk to reward. But I'll be kind of jumping the gun a little bit. Don't want to quite do that.
Market might be trying to hold 773, the SPY.
I think we're going to go.
A little bit of effort there to reverse. That might help some of the longs.
Oh,
I tried some SKHY.
oh good for you, man. I suck. I should have just went in.
I
knew it. I knew this is going to go. Get in, Carlos. And I was waiting for too much confirmation on that one. Too much. Look at that. It's $1 right there. Off of 50 cents, 60 cents, 50 cents risk, right? So you're already at 1 to 2 at 140.
I need a pretty big move here. I'm moving my stop to break even on it. Let's see if it can power straight up here. Probably won't. Yeah, here it comes. Nope, I'm stopped out. That was a weird stop out too.
Oh man, I would have got at least a partial up here, but I just hesitated. You got stopped out already? What was your entry? 139.
139.87. I moved stop to break even around 140.50. I don't want to get caught like yesterday with these crash downs.
You're better off. Breakouts. Yeah.
I want a clean breakout. I'm willing to take the break even trades to get it.
Yeah, I agree, man. Yesterday was tough. Again, we got lucky with PLTR. It actually worked out, but it was not an easy trade. Like many of us struggled to find opportunities yesterday, and the ones we did find took forever to give us the payout. All right, that I don't feel too bad because it hasn't ran up too much. If it would have just kept going to 141, I would have felt like crap. But look at that, it came right back down. All right, so maybe not too bad. All right, RKLB, nothing here. CoreWeave is coming back. SPCX. So you guys see anything great? Let us know. SPCX was a nice short. Wasn't watching it front and center here, but SPCX looks good. Oracle reversal. Where's Oracle up to? I don't know, man. It's kind of early to be doing reversals. And with the SPY dropping the way it is, yeah, not sure. Riot, yeah, I think the SPY is kind of taking control. I think the overall market is being pushed around to the downside. SPY is going red. Let's see if there's any red opportunities, any short opportunities. SMCI maybe below the VWAP.
Microsoft's coming up here. It's doing, of the stocks on my screen, it's doing the best job of trying to reverse upward. MU is just crashing, just went into the red. SDNK, same thing. Rough candles on those two. Tesla keeps playing with PDC. It's going green and red back and forth.
I don't see anything, friends. So look in NBIS. Wow, setting up to be a pretty tough morning. Tough open. Nothing yet. Only 10 minutes in. We got time. But usually by now we're in something. Not today. Is PLTR gonna go up again just because? Just because? What is our level 2 telling us on PLTR? All right, if we look at level 2 on PLTR, we have it's pretty mixed. I mean, there are more to the upside, of course. You got a great risk to reward with the previous day close. You could play off of that, or the VWAP if you want to give yourself more room. 125, what's that? 80 cents. I think this thing is just gonna go just because. Yeah. PLTR guys, nice breakout above the previous day close, bounce off of VWAP. Actually went below VWAP and then it started to do the bounce here. But yeah, it's just wants to go up. Didn't we hit 180 yesterday? Yeah, 180. Yep. It was a nice sell-off too, man.
Feels like yesterday all over again.
I know. Look at PLTR. I didn't realize how great the sell-off was in PLTR. We're back to just give a lot of the gains back yesterday and then after hours as well, and then trying to recover now to get back up to 180. Man, that was a good one. NVIDIA VWAP. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's failing right now. Let's see if it can get above the VWAP. But right now it's failing the breakout right now. SKHY, man, this became chop. It just became horrible.
PLTR.
PLTR, are you looking at PLTR for high of day?
Yeah, I already took it. I'm trying to not get crushed on it here. I think it wants to go try that 177.
Yeah, that was a good
Still
trade.
hasn't. It's just barely broke the high of day by a penny. That was at 176.79. It just hit 80. It's not leaping up to that 170. Oh, jeez, f that. I'm out.
Keep the line. Hold the line.
God.
What a drop. And it might still break here even with that drop. All right, Andrew in chat is asking, how is your trading going today, friends? You found the plot. Yeah, you let's see if we can break the high of the day. Actually came right to the high of the day.
Yeah, broke it by a penny.
Right to it, yeah.
Dirty bird. This feels like yesterday. Tesla's coming back up here. It's back to yesterday's high where it's getting some resistance. Google looks like death. So does Amazon.
PLTR losing ground below the VWAP. This could be interesting. Got a couple of setups here. You got the 5-minute ORB breakdown because the bottom of the 5-minute ORB is it right over here? Yep, 176.24. You got the 5-minute ORB. You have the loss of the VWAP. I kind of like this. Let's take a look at Rocket Lab in Market Atlas. I kind of like this potential. Oh yeah, 75.50. All right, I'm gonna try this short here. All right, short Rocket Lab. Let's see if we can get to the break of 75.50. We got 12,000 there on Market Atlas. So plenty of orders here. And we got a nice rundown if we can get to these areas. So let's see, nothing to the top side. Let's see if we can get down to 75.50. $19,000 there. Let's go get those orders. Come on, Rocket Lab, you could do it. SanDisk falling apart, very choppy. Adam PLTR, you found the plot. How did it go? Pat says, one stop out so far. I'm long SO SAX L from VWAP. It ain't moving very well though. Yeah, it's I'll be lucky to get a move today, man. The way this market looks, it looks very, very choppy. And orders are disappearing. Like there's, instead of increasing, we're getting lower. That's not good. We don't want that. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Ooh, 75 looks good now. Well, I'm gonna wait for 75. 75 if we can. 75 is the, what is this? A level of the daily that we picked. This was the level that was kind of in the middle of the high and the low. So let's see if we can get to 75. Ah, look at this nasty pullback. Why? There's no orders up here. Why are you pulling back like that? It makes no sense. When you can go straight to 75. Ah, that's a shame. All right, let's see. Our stop, friends, is at VWAP. Slightly above as usual, 76, 76.90. It's right above VWAP. All right, look at that. It's growing. Can we get down to 75? Would be nice. Yeah, this pullback sucks because the pullback is like right at my break even. Yeah, so that sucks. It's right on there. I'm hoping we can give 75 another attempt. But yeah, it's not looking great. How is Rider Market Atlas? We can take a look and show you. Keeping an eye on Rocket Lab. I don't know, man. This looks so all over the place as far as orders. I don't know. Rye looks very balanced out. I don't think there's a clear demand of long or short on Riot. Like probably if you tally it up, it looks more bearish. But you do have a lot of orders here too. 22,000. It's not an easy win to the downside on the Market Atlas.
SPY continues to sink here.
I'm hoping you can drive my Rocket Lab lower, man. Come on, SPY. Pull everything down with you. Here's our Rocket Lab. Trade.
I'm actually long CRCL because I noticed it came up. I mean, it wasn't something I was noticing gapping up this morning, but now it's up 4.5%. And so there's buyers coming into it. So I took a shot on this.
Okay.
It's been an ugly high day break so far. I kind of don't think it's going to carry to a target here. It's just being a bit choppy. I did just get a move on it momentarily. It's still fighting with $70, and so that's going to be the point of contention here about whether it wants to get above that or fall back down. I might have to get out of this. I want to give it one more chance to maybe get up to like 70.10.
Yeah, here's our stop on. Yeah, we're getting out on Rocket Lab. What the heck is going on? Why is it doing that? Double click. There we go. That was weird. Why is it not doing it right away? Maybe my timing is off. All right, so we're out on Rocket Lab. came back to our stop here. It just did not break lower. And actually, everything's flipping on the level 2 as well. It's actually looking like it wants to go higher. Oh man, what a day! Today's not looking pretty, guys. It's choppy. Even PLTR didn't manage to break out. Like this thing just went sideways. SKHY didn't break either. Rocket Lab going back into the trading zone. CRWB had one good move. The rest is sideways. SpaceX was actually pretty nice. SpaceX was actually awesome. So nice drop here. Loss of the VWAP. 5-minute RB also looks good. To the downside. Man, this was the one. Riot, good drop as well. MBIS. These are my secondary now, so we're not really watching them closely. But Baba also looking good. SE Limited. C Limited had a great pre-market, but man, the market opened flop. But you can't beat them up too much because everything looks brutal right now. So even with the market selling down, we're not getting the big drop on some of these stocks.
PLTR surging back here.
CoreWeave, SNDK. This is a rough day. This is gonna be a tough day. It's gonna make us work for it. I can already see. How is the chat doing? I need some inspiration. What is Andrew doing? Andrew hasn't taken a trade. I need some inspiration to. Oh, this could be some inspiration for those that are thinking about joining the funded account. There it is. Jowl. From the trading funded account, from the funded trading terminal funded account, excuse me, $5,000. So great work, man. Nice to get your payout there. So he completed the program and made $5,000 in profit. So payout has been sent to him. Pretty good stuff. City Crew Construction. Yeah, it's a. I'm not gonna shut it down yet, but it is a garbage day, man. I agree with you. It's just like yesterday. Like, what are we waiting for? You know what? We get spoiled very quickly because we get a couple of really great days back to back. And then we get a day like yesterday and today. We're like, that's it. The mojo is not working no more. And it's not that. It's just, the market does that. So right now the market is definitely fumbling. John, we're going to use football. Stuff that people actually watch in the nation here. The market is fumbling today. Oh, boy. All right, let's see. SMCI is starting to do some stuff. I'm surprised with the market. I'm surprised we're not getting more stocks to the downside with the market selling off the way it is and actually staying red right now. I'm surprised there's not more cleaner moves. SMCI.
Well, they're getting dragged down. A lot of them started off gapped
Yeah.
up, so it's going to take a while to get red. Definitely some sad looking stocks here, Carl. Apple, AMD, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, MU.
Yeah.
They're
You're
all
naming all the stuff I'm not watching, man. That's a shame. All the stuff that you're naming is looking good, and I am not. They're not on my list. But you're right. Microsoft, Apple, which other ones? Amazon, you mentioned. Down to, yeah, the big guys. Max 7 looks like are taking a hit. How's Tesla? Tesla's holding. Nasty looking, but it's not really falling apart with the rest of the stuff. CrowdStrike did break the VWAP. Not quite a VWAP breakout that we like to trade, but it did break the VWAP there. And yeah,
it's a lowish volume day too, Carlos, by the way. It's worth mentioning. The SPY RVOL is 40%. Of my top 12, everything is below 100% except SpaceX at 135, which is not that high. But Microsoft's at 38%. That's very low for RVOL. Amazon's at 45, which is not to say a stock can't move when it's low, because obviously Microsoft and Amazon have done quite big moves here. But the interest to make reversals happen and things like that, I don't know. It's not really there at the moment.
I pulled up Rocket Lab too late. I would have went short again on Rocket Lab here, but I pulled it up too late to make that move.
Oh yeah, new user on YouTube mentioned the housing starts data comes out in 4 minutes, so just be aware. Don't expect it to do much.
Oh wait, did we block this? I don't see anything wrong here. John, I think did you hit the message? It was not that bad. Or did you mean to unhide it?
Oh, I meant to unhide it.
I do the same thing too all the time because it's like
I'm
they're like so
sorry.
next to each other. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
All good. All good. All right, I'm not taking RKLB here short. This might be another everywhere it just pops back up.
That was for
I'm
that
not
was for
gonna-
Pat in the chat. Pat, I hid your message by accident. Pat was saying that he's
Yeah.
getting SOXS lots of breathing room.
Yeah, for some reason, YouTube thought there's something wrong with this message. I don't see. I was just not. I don't know what YouTube is. What word they're even catching here that creates that block. But then when we get a chance to actually unblock it,
It's gnarly.
we hit.
Gnarly is the dirty word somehow.
Really?
I think so. It probably makes Google nervous. There's nothing else there.
That's wild. That's wild.
Or is it breathing room?
Socks are pretty offensive. Socks are pretty. Oh, man, oh man. All right, Andrew's SpaceX reversal. I should join this trade with Andrew.
Tesla going for the high day here, maybe. It's got some levels up there though. The low or the high from 2 days ago and the pre-market high are both near the high a day, which will make it a little difficult perhaps to get going. But it's there.
Yep. Right, friends, Andrew's long SpaceX live in chat. You can take a look at it here. You can always head over to bearboytrades.com and you can watch Andrew trade live. And the good thing about that is the big benefit to having this is you can see other opportunities. You can see a lot more opportunities from other traders like Andrew and Brian that might be taking place, right? And you can tap into the YouTube, what we're doing here, and you can also tap into the chat room so you can see what is happening and get more ideas. I should have taken this trade with Andrew. I should have got in with him on the SpaceX. Look at that. All right, it's going. See if we can get above the VWAP. I should have jumped in. I thought about it. And I was kind of serious too about going in on that trade with him, and I didn't take it. He's looking at Market Atlas. He sees the demand up here. Heavy demands on Market Atlas on the top side. So let's see if we can get up there and start punching through some of those orders. See, good decision. Glad I didn't get in here. Look at that. This is acting as support for Rocket Lab, and it's just coming right back up. So glad I didn't chase that down. But guys, don't lose faith in the market. This usually happens, and John, you trade all day, so I know you see this where we'll get these type of days here, and then later, in a couple of minutes, maybe an hour or two, you have these beautiful breakouts, right? So you just gotta be patient and wait. Where's our old friend Peter? Peter got canceled, man. He says something about some rant he said, and unfortunately, he got canned. So we got to put him behind the paywall. He's not out of BBT, but he's got to go behind the paywall. He said some stuff on YouTube that people got offended, and then we have to bring John in to level things off here. So he'll be around. He'll be around in chat.
I heard he went to go find Sasquatch, Carlos.
Yeah, this is something like that. So
typical midlife crisis, trying to find Sasquatch.
Yeah. R.I.P. Peter. He was a good man. Yes, he was a good man. Had to send him to Naked and Unafraid. Yeah. Oh boy. But no, he's taking some time off. I think he's doing also maybe some camping stuff. But Yeah, he's doing that, and he'll be back Monday. John will be covering for him for the next couple of days, and also we got some other moderators jump in as well. So, all right, Spice going green, staying green. Andrew and SpaceX adding to his trade as the move seems to be to the upside now. I'm trying to find the best breakout opportunity here. Not Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab's not trading well today, down or up. It's actually pretty horrible. SpaceX, a nice reversal here. I'm just looking to get above the VWAP. PLTR is the best breakout. John, what is your 5-day breakout look like with the market moving up here?
I'm actually in Tesla right now at 333.75, praying that for once that something carries to my target here. My minimum target is 334.75, which I did briefly achieve. I did not take any money. So I'm going to see if this will run for me, but it's just not been the vibe of the day or yesterday. So no disappointment. In fact, I'm going to throw my stop. God darn, I'm going to have to do it. I have to throw my stop at break even. I have to do it. And it looks like I'm going to be stopped out at break even yet again. It's just hard to get a runner, man. There it goes.
Yeah,
I should be taking these minimum profits, I guess, but you never know. You never know till it's over.
Market is rallying now, so it's pushing a couple of things higher, but I don't find anything that I can join for this long. I'm not seeing anything that I would like to jump in on. So
CRCL eventually, I mean, I know no one's watching that except for me probably. It did eventually move higher. Just a nasty way of doing it, but it's making a move perhaps finally here. SKHY might go up to its high around 140. PLTR still teasing.
Yeah, PLTR is like the best one with the best risk reward, I think, for me for a possible breakout. I don't see anything else. SMCI, let's take a look. SMCI is at the VWAP. I don't love it. I don't think we came in here with a lot of momentum to get a nice pattern, the breakthrough pullback into the continuation. I don't see that happening. It might just go. It might just trend higher and just keep going. So I don't know. I don't love it. Let's see what happens here. The SPY is finally pulling back somewhat significantly on this run. Let's see how. And that's let's see if it can continue here. If it can pull back nicely and head higher, this could be good for a continuation upwards. But if it comes back down to previous day close, that's gonna suck. But yeah, SMCI, look, actually it's trying to put in the move. Try and put in the move. I don't love it though. I'll be honest. I don't love it. RKLB, the volume is just dead. It's not looking pretty. CRWV here. No. SpaceX trying to get the VWAP. Intel making a move. Atlas looks crazy. Yeah, Intel gets a lot of volume, and Intel's one of these stocks that you might not get the NVDA, AMD, Tesla, SpaceX type move, but they get volume. They get a lot of volume all the time. Even on days they don't move, their volume is always stacked. Yeah, look at this thing. That's weird though, because it's up to the upside. That's very strange on Intel.
Tesla, you dirty dog. Came right back up.
The hell, do we trust that? What's going on here? 20 every 20 cents we have huge orders. Every 10 cents we have big orders. John, have you ever seen something like this? Look at Intel. Intel looks so weird, man. You're right, Chris. I've never seen that before.
You talking about Atlas?
Yeah, Atlas. Yeah, just to level 2. Are people pulling our legs? What's going on?
Atlas, Intel.
And
My Atlas is all set up wrong. I look at things on 50-cent levels. So what are you talking about at the 10 levels?
yeah, even 50 cents level is probably gonna. Oh, I never done 50 cents. Let me see. Oh yeah, there you can't see it as clear as you can with the 10. With the 10, it's just seems so stacked.
Yeah, it's very congested. I don't know. Those darn boomer stocks, you never know what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know what they're up to. This is one that sits in New York Stock and in Nasdaq, which I always think this is a New York Stock Exchange, but it's actually a Nasdaq ticker.
That's why I kind of assumed it was NYSE as well.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. Plenty of orders, but again, Intel does this, man. They get volume. Do we trust this breakout? I don't know, man. I feel like we could try along here. 98. 98.08, so 70. 50 cents stop. 50 cents stop for Intel if you do get in it. If I do get in it. You found the plot? Yes. It is extremely choppy today, man. Extremely choppy. I mean, just everything I'm watching. Let's go through SMCI, right? Unless you're getting from here to here, from here to here, you're not really getting any breakouts, any moves, right? So PLTR still keeps looking interesting for a 5-day breakout, for a pop higher, but right now it's not it. SKHY, no. Rocket Lab, nope. CRWV, in SpaceX. Oh, look at that. Nice push here. Finally broke out of the VWAP on SpaceX. I know Andrew's long on this one. Let's see how he's doing there. Boom, 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 boom. Andrew is, at it long, and he is on the move. So right above the VWAP, he's looking for 136.80. Got a couple of shares up there. 136.80 is what he's looking to partial. And I'm not seeing anything. So Rocket Lab did break up higher here after stopping me out to the downside. PLTR, SMCI. Riot was a nice short today, even with the news and everything. Still up 7%. I mean, remember, guys, this stock was up 20%. No, I think he's in the green now. I think he's in the green because he got the first stop out, and now he added, and he's got to be, if not in the green, very close to it. Here's his trade, right? So, got in, added, and he's still in it here, looking for that 136.80 for it to be his first partial. He might be getting it right now. He's trying. Come on, you could do it. So, this is probably going to cover the losses there. Oh no, he's not, because he doesn't have his order. That's other people, man. That is other people. Now, if when he puts his order in here, it does. I hope he puts it. He should put it at 136.85. If he puts it in here, you can see it update real time. So if he puts like 50 shares right up here, you can see the update happen real time. It's pretty cool. So, but yeah, no, this is other people. There it is. Push through. There's partial now. We're getting more participants. Everything's refreshing. There it is. Partial on Andrew on SpaceX, friends. And let's see where it is. SpaceX, man. John, after seeing that drop and the recovery, you think under 100 is still a thing, or I know it's so early to tell you. Nobody really knows, but I would love to know your opinion.
It's so early. Yeah, who knows? But I you know, it's one of those things. Like it depends what kind of person you are. Like what are you trying to get
Yeah.
out of SpaceX? You trying to buy it below 100 to sell at 150 or something? Like you're okay, you're not a long-term believer or investor, right? But if you're
Yeah.
one of these people who thinks it is going to a 10 trillion market cap, or it does represent it just, you know, earth-shattering technology that no one else can make, that's going to really transform all this data center usage and connectivity in the world, then you should be happy to buy at 137, because, you know, trying to time like I want a $70 entry so I can sell someday after it splits at 1,000 and then goes to 400. You know, like
Yeah,
what are you doing?
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
That's awfully
$30 is not
precise.
going to be a big difference, right? It's not going to be a big change in the bigger picture, right? So
Yeah, you might miss the move. Now, arguably, if you can
yeah,
get it at $70 here, you can get twice as many shares. I get it, but you know, if it depends who you are. If you're the believer, don't
yeah,
miss the boat, because
yeah,
your
yeah.
your goal is not to time that below 100 entry.
Pat says, I believe there's one of those craziness of SpaceX IPO is what is it's gonna be one of those stocks that is great long term. Yeah, I think so too, man. I think so too. I haven't bought any yet, but I probably should.
I did buy some
Probably
at
should.
111, so
Yeah,
I'm in down there.
nice. Yeah, I
Um,
probably should get some of this long term.
have you seen the Terrafab facility they're building, Carlos?
No, I heard of it, but I haven't seen it. I saw the headline, but
Huge,
yeah, where is
huge.
it? Where they're doing it?
Texas.
Texas, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, SpaceX on the move. Andrew's looking for 138 now. So Andrew's looking for 138 on SpaceX. There it is, partially 134. So nice move.
It's going to be a
Nice.
100 million square foot complex. Can you picture 100 million square feet in your head, Carlos?
100 million.
That's a weird number.
Wow,
That's a lot of square footage.
that is yeah, it's a lot.
It's going to be a city, and it's going to be
Oh,
crazy.
that's massive. I mean, we used to have a million square foot warehouses, huge, massive warehouses, right? Which we didn't own anything. We subleased a lot of the space because it was so big. 100 million, dude. I can't. You know how big a million-foot square house is? Like we're driving in golf carts, to
Yeah.
get to one to the next. Like it's wild. The amount of doors we had on both sides. I mean, you could get lost. 100 million? I can't even imagine. If you've never been to a million square foot warehouse, it is something to see. It's just incredible. Incredible.
Well, here's Rocket Lab. Speaking of space things, trying to get back to PDC here. Still down 1.5%, but not a terrible distance to close here. Has to go another buck basically to get green. I think the sell-off in Rocket Lab was overdone. I really think their earnings actually were pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. I think the market had a lot to do with that as well. I think a little bit. I think the market put too much pressure at the beginning, kind of messed them up. Because the market immediately after it opened up, you can see a drop here, and yeah, I think that kind of screwed up a couple of tickers. All right, Riot, CoreWeave, Rocket Lab. All right, friends, nothing on deck for me. That's a lot of soccer fields. Kids Paris, I agree. That's a lot of soccer fields. Yes, 100%. Oh my goodness. That's good. It's a good conversation. It's a good conversation. We're gonna continue this eventually. We're gonna get to the bottom of it. Of why soccer is not a national sport like everything else is. Some CI.
Oh, that might be a long time from taking a trade here. Feels that way. We do have some trades from the community, though. We'll be able to share here shortly. I'm just kind of gathering those up right now. Tesla's going higher again.
Mm-hmm.
That's my smash in the face of the day. I was in Tesla for a good move, came back below my entry, had to get out, and then it bounced. Womp,
Yep.
womp, womp.
Oh, Meta. See, Andrew looking at Meta. Meta took off nicely. CRCL. Yeah, well, you were looking at this one, John. I don't know if you went back in. I think you got stopped out, right? You got in, stopped out. Then it did the move.
CRCL, yeah, I tried a couple times. It's
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
yeah, God, look at it now. You don't even want to see my second trade. What the hell, man?
It just ticked you out. Just ticked you out.
Yeah. It almost looks like I never should have got. If I show you a 1 minute,
Right.
you'd be like, there's no reason why, but it did. It made a move. I moved my stop to break even because it just wasn't demonstrating what it's demonstrating now. Like I wanted to see some of that explosiveness, some of that clear uptrend. It just would not do it. And I just feel like this week is starting off with learning, or not learning, but protecting losses. You know, like
Yeah. This week has been tough, man. I mean, I feel so lucky we made something yesterday because everybody else had the same experience. It's a very, very tough week. And today's no different. And it's only Tuesday. So we got a long way to go here. Oh, man. Hopefully things can line up a little bit nicer.
yeah, CRCL's now it's up 9.4%. That's not, it caught my eye when it was up 4.5. Actually, I'm not sure it was up that much. It was up around 4%, and in the morning it'd been up maybe less than 2. So it just kind of caught my eye for something that was getting buyers. They've really come in now. It's actually breaking out in the daily because there was resistance from June 30th, July 10th, and July 21st, all around say $73 ish, and it's just breaking that now. So if it continues, could be good in the coming days. We'll see. It's at a tough point here. All right, Rocket Lab going for that 80, which has to be at PDC, my least favorite level to trade through, and it's going to tempt me to do it.
Yeah, Rocket Lab came all the way back here. Someone was asking me earlier if I taken any trades. This was my trade here on Rocket Lab short for 5-minute ORB, also losing the VF. There was just a lot happening here. And we had 75. 75 had tons of demand. But this became a little bit of support. Then SPY started going higher, and we just couldn't survive the pullback, and we never got to our 75 target.
Two levels for Rocket Lab here. One is the low from yesterday, and the other is PDC, which are pretty close to each other. One's at the low from yesterday is 79.77, and the close is 80.04. Those are tough levels because you're trying to get into yesterday's range, and the stock often will resist that. And then you get the PDC as well, which is always hard. Often hard. Not always. You know what my kids went to when they were little, Carlos? They went to something called British soccer camp when we lived in Kansas. And
soccer camp.
Yep,
they could probably go play in the West, right? I mean, because British soccer camp. I mean, that's great. I like it.
It's a great thing. They brought over these British kids, and they had an accent, so you think like they know what they're doing, right? PLTR going for that high. 176.80 on the high day. Can it do it this time? Can you do it, PLTR? 177, no big deal.
I just looked up. There you go. I just looked up the XChatGPT. What's your opinion on why soccer is not as big as basketball, whatever, in the U.S.? Came out with an excellent answer, and this is probably very much better articulated than I would have thought. But what it came out with basically is the reason is not that kids are not playing. So my idea is kids are not. Am I saying there's no interest?
That's what I'm saying. Like the question's weird. So, like when you say why isn't soccer big? You got 17 million kids playing soccer, so it's arguably big in a way, right?
So it's arguably big. It's the interest part. That's where it falls apart, right? There's no interest. Here it is. If you look at football, there's Little League, there's high school football, Friday nights, college football, NFL, right? There's a clear path, right, that creates that interest. For basketball, there's AAU, there's high school, there's March Madness, there's NBA, so it creates that interest. Little League, high school, college minors, MLB. For soccer, this is what it usually looks like. Youth soccer, travel soccer, maybe high school, and then you stop playing. There's nothing that keeps it going, right? And that's because there's not this huge interest on it. So kids are playing, and you're right. But there's not this huge interest on continuing after that. They don't even have college listed here. Like, are people not playing in college soccer? I mean,
but that's ridiculous. College soccer is
right. Do they have leagues? And by the way, they do, because I saw a game. Oh my God, I couldn't watch. It's horrible. It's like watching teenagers play. After you watch the World Cup and you try to watch like a college soccer game, I was like, oh no, this is so bad. I mean, the World Cup messes it up for you. It sets up the expectations way too high. The passing on the World Cup is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I never seen anything like that. Just the passing alone, forget scoring. The passing is insane, the way how accurate these guys are. Then you watch a college game, and you're like, what did I get myself into? It looks like kids at a playground. They don't know what the hell they're doing. Right? It's so bad. Maybe in Europe it's better, in Spain, whatever. But here, it's horrible. It is horrible. I mean, I would never watch a college soccer game again. Man, it's just not gonna happen. I tried, but it didn't work. And I think that's
I would watch the games where Mike's daughter plays.
I will definitely watch Mike's daughters play, but it's a family.
You're on dangerous ground here, Carlos.
But that's different. That's a family connection. Like if my soccer decides to play rugby, I'm gonna be a rugby fan because it's a family connection. Right, that's a whole different story. I'll go watch Mike's daughter play right now. Where's she at, Mike? We go do a BBT road trip. We'll rent a RV. But me, like, no. Give me some Formula One. I'd rather watch that. Give me some, basketball, rugby, whatever. Give me something else. But I'm not watching college soccer. Now, football soccer, as you will know, John, that's entertaining. That's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun.
What's entertaining?
College football. Even more so, the fan base on college football, by the way, is higher than it is for like the NFL. Like college fanatics, this is what I'm talking about, man. The interest that it has is just unbelievable. You're not going to get that with college soccer. We love the World Cup. We love it. Oh, it's amazing. That was awesome to watch. But you're just not going to get that. You ain't, Formula One is actually pretty good, man. This guy, I like watching these guys do how young they are and how awesome they are, man. It's just insane. Like I think half the group is like under 25, and the ones that are not are struggling. Besides the Ferrari guy, I forgot his name. But it's insane.
Still watching PLTR here. Carlos, I'm getting crushed Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm just not even trying anymore, man. I'm just not even trying. Like I'm just gonna. That's it. I'm gonna chuck off my 1 hour for today. I'm gonna come back tomorrow. I mean, this is just crazy. And it's not for lack of watching. I mean, I'm looking at SMCI. I'm looking at PLTR. They're not doing anything. Rocket Lab had to move from here to here. Okay, great. But aside from that, I mean, it's just not doing anything. SpaceX had a great move from here. Andrew took care of that. He went from here to here. Now it's going sideways. He still has a great entry, so he could still be in it. But man, Riot was, and then I was not watching it because it was on my secondary list. But Riot did surprise me today. Had a beautiful drop, really, really nice drop on Riot. NBIS, another one that is going now, but again, here between here and here, just a rough area. But yeah, it's one of those days, man. It's a tough day, for sure.
Gosh, it looks like PLTR wants to go, but I've been saying that for 2 days on stocks that keep kicking my butt, but it does look like it wants to go. Does it need the market to help it? I don't think so.
Well, hockey, that's a sport that it's not played everywhere. That's actually play in only really set up places because you need so much equipment. There's so much involved. And that's maybe why the soccer is not so big, because since you don't have to sell these parents all this crap, the industry doesn't really care about soccer. So you have to get us a ball in a field, right? You get into football, you need the pads, you need the helmets, you need this, you need so much stuff that's what they want to spend their time in, getting the parents to pay for all this stuff. Baseball, you need this, you need gloves, you need bats, right? Soccer, here's the ball. Like they're not.
The interesting thing about youth sports is they found a way to make every sport like equally expensive for parents. It doesn't seem to matter.
How do you make soccer expensive though? That's a very tough one. Think about it.
They do. They'll get your money somehow. It'll be club teams, travel, whatever they have to do, they'll do it.
Okay, the travel, I get it, but equipment-wise, how do you make soccer, besides the goalie, you're screwed because you got to get a bunch of stuff, but how do you make soccer expensive for a player, They
do. I've talked to these parents. I talked to kids who,
the travel,
girls who do cheer, the travel, girls who do dance. How is dance expensive, Carlos? How is it expensive to dance around with your friends? It's extremely expensive.
Yeah, I guess.
It's a weird thing. You're right. Equipment-wise, like it doesn't
add up. Like the equipment and the amount of stuff you need for a football player, you know, it's just crazy. But it's the travel. Yeah, I'm reading that on ChatGPT too. The travel is where they get you, right? It's not in state between state. It's the travel that you have to do.
I'll tell you what, though, my kids played hockey. Once they stop growing so much, the equipment's not terrible. It's you kind of have to buy it, and then it's kind of over.
Yeah,
for the
once they
most part.
grow. Yeah, yeah.
But what I never saw coming was when my kids got old enough to like break sticks. Man, that the whole stick thing, like a good youth hockey player, like every parent puts their kid on like a stick fund, you know, like save your money for sticks, you know, because they're super expensive for a good one and they break all the time.
Carlos acts like soccer doesn't use equipment. No, I don't know. I'm asking, like, what do you spend on, right? Because my kid is playing soccer, and all we did is bought him a pair of shoes and a ball, and he's playing. So I don't know what you spend on. You know, on what? What is that, John?
I said you spend on fees. Can you hear me?
On fees for like the travel team or the league?
No, just the league. And like I posted in there if you look on the thing, like the average cost per year to play soccer, and it is just to get into the league for my daughter to get recruited to college, because she specifically let me turn.
Mike, I don't got
my camera covered.
Yep.
There we go.
There it is.
The just to get into the league that my daughter would get recruited out of was $3,000 for a half a season. $6,000 for the year, and then you get into the travel. Now you have to pay for your travel. And where were we traveling? Arizona, Las Vegas on weekends.
And
hotels.
What do you get out of it? Like,
by the way,
what do you get out of paying this?
You still have to pay for your coach's travel and your coach's hotel room and your coach's food, because
so the fees are expensive. But how about equipment though? Because I'm trying to think. Okay, what equipment are you buying? You know.
Well, the most you're going to spend on soccer cleats, $100, soccer ball, decent balls, $30. And then
so they get you elsewhere.
30,
they get you elsewhere.
They get you every place else, right? Like it is insane, right? And then that's just for, because my daughter, we put her in when she decided that she wanted to go play in college. We put her in the ECNL league, which is designed specifically to recruit people to college. So like the conversation I've been hearing from you all about, I know we're away from stocks, but the conversation that I'm hearing,
stocks are terrible.
Yeah, they are right now. The conversation, right, is about why is our kids not recruited? It's because college recruiters go to the college camps that are put on by these clubs. So these clubs specifically go after the college and say, here's where your top talent is. Come here. So you got to pay the $6,000 to get in there to get the college recruiters to come look at you. You can't go to high school. Nobody in no college recruiter or MLS team is going to a high school game to watch your kid play soccer. You know who plays on those high school teams? A club team that's in the local area that the coach is affiliated with. And he brings his entire team over to play. So if you're just a random kid in school, you're not getting on that team, because the coach knows all the players from the club team. And that's how they recruit. And it is a pay-to-play scam.
Yeah,
that the
you're not
US
gonna grow.
Never
you're
have.
not gonna grow a sport like that. You know, you can never
You're
grow.
never
like
gonna
that.
have the top players. And then what's interesting, you mentioned college soccer. Here's the flip side. All the European kids come to the US to play college soccer. So on my daughter's team, we got 4 girls from Spain, Morocco, England, and and France. And then we have a Colombian. We also have an Argentinian girl, right? So all these outside girls are coming to play. And don't get me started on the men's college team. They are like pure European players. It's crazy. It's just the different way, and you're never going to fix it until you change the US soccer system from the top down, and you're never going to do that because of the money. So
I mean, the best athletic players come from broke families. Look at the NFL.
Yeah.
All the stories I hear from the best players, they're like broke, grew up in, you know, they don't have $6,000 for this. Same thing with basketball, you know. So if you don't include that talent, you're not gonna get that. You know,
you're never gonna get that in soccer because you can't afford it. There's no way.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, Carlos. Is my question's not. I'm not really asking a question. I'm just like pointing out there's an interesting phenomenon that happens when it comes to passion in a sport. Why do you get great kids out of the Dominican Republic for baseball, right? Like that's a poor country, right? Probably not the best facilities and stuff, but amazing baseball players come out of the Dominican Republic and other countries down there. It's about what are kids doing for hours a day? You know what I mean? What's a
European
baseball kid doing
hitting the ball
in his driveway, man? He's just playing with that soccer ball forever until his mom tells him to come in. You know, it's dark, get in here. And it's just there's a passion that's made through culture and everything that you just can't recreate, no matter, even if you have 17 million kids. We have 17 million kids playing soccer in the US, but there's not a true there's passionate players, don't get me wrong, but it's not like this nation culture passion that'll generate. Otherwise, we would have more star US players just by sheer numbers. And like every once in a while you'd get a really amazing US player, and we don't, not on the men's side, we don't am I wrong, Mike? We don't really have that. Like,
yeah, our top talent, right, for the most part, goes to other sports. I mean, think about it. As a soccer player, think of some of these wide receivers. Think about some of these basketball players, right, that have exceptional talent that they spent years and years and years developing. Think if they just played soccer, they're exceptional athletes. They're going to be able to develop there. There's, like you said, John, there's just not interest in it. And it starts at that, right? Let's look at the greatest all-time soccer player, Messi. Whether you like him or you don't, he is by far one of the greatest players in soccer. Where did he come from? Poverty. Who found him? A team in Europe found him in Argentina and said, hey, we're going to develop you as a soccer player. We're going to educate you. We're going to teach you. And they pulled him away from his family, brought him to Europe, sent him to school, and he played soccer every day being developed from a kid. You're never going to get that in the US. Never.
Yeah, not if the entry fees are so high. You're not going to have that. It never will happen. So you got to open it up.
So, yeah. Why are we talking about all this, everybody? Because stocks suck right now. Futures suck right now. Here's a great example of why I think the futures suck right now. So this is a line break chart, and this kind of shows you trend and what the reversal of the trend would be, right? So we've been here inside 7794 down to this 7770 since yesterday evening. All right. So we've just playing up and down, up and down, up and down, and we are going nowhere right now. You can look on my 60-minute chart here. You can see the range and where are we at, right in the middle. Worst place to take a trade, and that's the SPY. So that's going to correlate to your stocks as well. It's just, it is not a prime opportunity today to play. I wish I could talk to you about awesome trades. I did take one trade on Tesla today with you, John. But when it couldn't keep pushing above 335, I ended up getting out. I showed on the 1 minute chart. It kept rejecting that 335. So I got all out. That was my one attempt at a trade today. Terrible trading day. You know, it's just one of those days. Yeah. You know, this is one of the days where don't fight it. Don't just stare at your computer all day because you're like, I gotta make $200 today, or I gotta make $50 today. I gotta make $100 today. You know what? Just be like, the market is not in play today. I'm gonna go surfing. I'm gonna go watch a movie. I'm gonna go do something else, because by forcing a trade, you're just gonna end up losing money and then be pissed off at the end of the day. Why ruin? I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
you have a different
yeah.
opinion, John or Carlos.
No, it's
No,
a
I
tough
mean,
day, man.
this is a day trading show, so I understand if someone's sick of hearing about soccer. You are not wrong. But
Yeah.
there is a lesson to be learned there. Especially if you join Bearable Traders, you'll find sometimes moderators tend to sort of drift in their thoughts, and you can always pull them back if you want to. But the reason is we know what we're looking for. And if it's not there, there's plenty of time to go think about something else, as I've been doing all morning. And you want to get to that place in your trading. When everything looks interesting, or you think there's always opportunity, you're going to get yourself in trouble. I swear to you, it's going to bite
100%.
you.
Yeah.
You're not going to like the end result of that over time. And you will see people who can endlessly like pull up anything and find something interesting. They think they can always tell you the direction it's going and always give you a tip. I'd take that with a grain of salt sometimes. Just beware the person who always has advice for a stock or always sees something interesting, because it should be the opposite. There should be times of complete boredom in trading. It's if you're doing it right, it's boring. Actually, didn't Andrew send out I think he had a post about it yesterday on X or something about how trading should be boring if you're doing it correctly. It's absolutely true.
Yeah. If you don't find, there should be more times in trading when you're doing nothing than doing something. It's just what it is. You're monitoring, you're searching, you're being patient. If you think every second, every 10 minutes you're going to find something, you're going to be over trading, and you really don't have an edge then, right? Because your edge should tell you this is the only time that you trade when this happens, and that doesn't happen every time, right? So gotta be very selective.
Carlos,
So
I did send you
pulled
some
up-
trades on Telegram if you want to pull those up. People did get some good ones today.
Oh,
Yeah. While Carlos getting that up, I'll show you kind of the options chain on the SPY right now. You can see this 773 level has still quite a bit of open interest, and 770 has open interest. If you go to the call side, which is right, the SPY pushing higher, really your only big is at 775, but you got to get through 774. 773 on the call side is big too. So you're just in this battle right now between 773, 774, all the way down to 772. It tried to get down there. So until one of these levels give way, you're going to be going sideways today. So I would think the next area that you'd probably want to look at for this SPY is you want to see if it can get down below this previous day close again. I think I mentioned it in the BBT community that this is the level that I wanted to watch when we started this sell-off. Where we're going to bounce. We came to the VWAP. I was looking to go long if we got above VWAP, but we've rejected. Then we went below. Now we're chopping around it. So very indecisive day today. I'm glad I sat out, except for that Tesla trade.
all right, friends. Let's take a look here. What we have. Gonna bring this over. Yes. We'll definitely. We'll cool it down on the soccer talk. Fine. Everybody's the thing's had enough. Oh, good. But here's Eamon, friends. Eamon on SpaceX. What a beautiful nugget play. He went short here. partial, just incredible. So great stuff there. Spaces was a great drop, and then it recovered nicely later. Andrew took it long. Spaces was the one today. So if you was watching SpaceX nice and early, that could have been beautiful. Here is Paris. Paris got I can't tell where the start is, but short, added, or the other way around. Whichever one he did was pretty good here. This is better than a messy step over play, but you can see the partial here, partial. My goodness, Paris, amazing. Did very well there on that Apple short off the gates there. So not sure how the adding was here, but look at that. It had a great drop over there. All right, coming here on PLTR, we had a trade by Kyle. He'll be on a little bit later, actually in about 15 minutes. So he went long, added, and parceling right here on PLTR. Quick move. We didn't get a whole lot of movement out of PLTR today. This is probably one of the only ways you could have traded. We're thinking about going long here too, and just I didn't like the way it looked, but Kyle made it work very nice here. Milad on SpaceX short, again a great short there. One entry, parceling into weakness, set his stop loss at break even, and just let it ride out. So looking good there as well. Here's Microsoft. Robert M from NYC. Short on Microsoft, partial, and then another partial here as well. So good stuff there. And Samir on Intel. First one got in, stopped out, and then got the breakout from VWAP, added partial, and then took advantage of the move higher on Intel, which again, Chris called out, had a crazy demand. Did it go up after that? Had a crazy, no, it didn't actually. It failed. It didn't go higher after that. So there it is on Intel and NVDA. Benaf, I think it's the name here. Short on NVIDIA for the VWAP, partial. Okay, I guess this is a reversal now, I'm assuming, right? Oh no, this is one trade here. So this is partial all out, and then a second trade here went long, and then got out at break even, didn't get the continuation there. And those are all the trades that we have. So awesome, guys. Great work. Great work. I don't see anything else for me though. Radio.
Yeah, no, Carlos.
Oh man, what a day! I hope the rest of the week is not like this. You know, I really hope we
Oh, I think tomorrow. I think a lot of this has to do with CPI data coming out tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think a lot of range. I mean, if you look at right, that's like, let me pull up the SPY on my chart, right? If we pull up the SPY, look at this is basically from right here. Here's the 60-minute. This is all week, right? We're just in a range. Here's our high, here's our low, and we're just playing around until CPI data comes, right? So, because I think the market's very interested in are we going to, is inflation higher or is it lower? How's this being impacted? Do we predict that the Fed is going to raise rates or possibly leave them alone or cut them? That's what I think the market's waiting on for this week. And then I think we'll move one way or the other to the expected move, whichever way that may be.
I'll tell you an interesting stock, Carlos, I hadn't thought about. MANU has been on a bit of a downturn on the daily. Yesterday put in kind of a bottom wick and looks like it might reverse.
What is it? MANU?
Yeah, Mike Alpha November uniform. There might be some interest there. Possible swing trade reversal.
Manchester. Yes. I'm looking it up right now.
I'm trying to get back to stocks here. I'm just trying to think of something interesting.
You're trying to ease your way back to stocks from soccer. I got it. I got you, man. That's a great way to do it.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I will say this. Though. After the show's done, I got a medical appointment later today, but I'm gonna just trade or watch the Little League World Series regionals today while waiting for the close show, because this market's garbage right now. I may set an alert and then see if it goes off, but that's what I am.
think we're stuck to
Like,
the data tomorrow for sure, Mike. I think you're right there, and we'll see. It's a big one for the Fed speaker too, because I think he's. I
he
think
really
should,
rattled the markets.
yeah, because he should just say it. Like if I'm in his shoes, I'm like, guys, listen, I want to wait for this war to be over. Let's see if that happens. That's gonna help us out. And that's really what you're waiting for. You're waiting to see if a deal can be at least done, actually be done, and can we get moved past this? If that's done, then it fixes a lot. Then he can really focus on whether he has to, bring the interest rate down or not. So call your boy, man. Call your boy Trump. Like, hey, what's happening? Are we doing this or not? Let me know. I need to know so I can see how I need to move here, right? I think that's what he really wants to do, but he can't say that.
Yeah.
But that's gonna have a big part in it. Like I think he's right what he's doing. Let's wait. Can you finish the war before I have to get back here up on this mic and decide to reduce rates or not, right? Or hike them? Can you take care of this? Right?
I think he's learning what Jerome Powell learned early in his like you have to choose your questions or your words very carefully, because your words will impact. If you just randomly think you can get on the microphone and say whatever and it's not going to impact things, you're not living in that reality anymore.
Right.
His words mean stuff. I mean, just look at this 5-minute chart on the MES, which is a representation of the SPY, just back and forth and back and forth and back. It's just ugly. Like,
It is nasty. But you know what? That's kind of normal. The problem is that we have been spoiled, man. We've been getting so many great moves in this market. So now when we see a day like this, we're like, this sucks. And it does. Don't get me wrong. But man, we have been spoiled. Like we're finding moves every single day. There's something happening, right? Well, you guys been here every single day, so you know what I'm talking about. There's great moves, and yes, you might not be green for that day, but there's always something that's moving well. And the last 2 trading days, you're gonna find something, but it's very little stuff that is moving well, right? Ben was like, let's go over the stocks that we have in our watch list. Let's go over them. They suck. SMCI, nothing. PLTR finally broke out here, but the beginning where I'm looking for trades, nothing, just pure chop. SKHY, I never seen something so horrible since the soccer injury from that player that got his ankle Achilles. I forgot his name, Mappe, whatever it was last year. Yeah, that was horrible. RKLB finally doing something. Morning, chopped me up, had a loss on it, so it's just so choppy here. CoreWeave, same thing. One big drop on CoreWeave at the start. That was awesome. Then the rest, back and forth. SpaceX, Andrew managed to get this one move here, man, from 950 to the VWAP and higher, then right back down. I had a great open too. SpaceX was probably the one that I could have probably had a great trade on. But again, wasn't watching. So out of these 6 tickers, there's one that actually traded well for me, for the way I trade. So when you have that, you're very limited to what you can actually make work. So it's a tough day. But again, like I said, this happens. But we've been spoiled, man. We've definitely been spoiled the way this market has been. The last 2-3 weeks, it's been insane. How good is
so been. Jesus made a statement. Don't know why the markets are so reactive to Walsh, everything he says, right? Like, it's because he affects interest rates, and the interest rates affect what your tech companies are doing and the investments in the tech. And currently, if you look at the distribution in the SPY and the Qs, it's heavily stacked on the tech side. So it impacts the market, which is where we're at and what we have to do, right? A lot of people are invested in the S&P 500 fund, right? That's a huge fund that your 401ks in, your IRAs are in. Why? Because all these investment firms put it in the S&P 500. It's a great way to diversify your portfolio, right, across multiple sectors and get great returns on it. But in turn, when we have this interest rate and those companies are borrowing money, it impacts their stocks. And that's why the market reacts so much to it. It's not necessarily what he says, but the reaction and what can happen with interest rates.
Warsh is an interesting guy. He went to Stanford, who happened to be 3-time national soccer champions. I don't know if you guys know that.
John.
John wants to get the show off the air.
It.
He wants to. John was like, he's not letting the soccer thing go. I love it though. Oh my goodness. It is that type of day, friends. Friends, let's do this. Hit the thumbs up, and we can give away a funded account, and maybe that can be more exciting for you guys tomorrow when you start trading that. So you can start as early as tomorrow. So funded account, we're sitting at 292 likes. 500 guesses, that free funded account giveaway, and everyone can be involved, myself included. I'm doing the hashtag as well, and hopefully I can get a win there. But we have 300 likes, 200 more can help us get there. But yeah, so
Yeah.
sneaky John. Yes, Melanie and John sneaking one in there. It's a nice little play. Love it. Love it. All right, TTD. Yeah, I see that. So you traded TTD this morning. Comment in chat. Yep, turned out pretty good. I don't even see how reversals are. Usually I would say, hey, reversal traders are going to be looking good later on today. Maybe on Rocket
It's
Lab.
range traders today.
Yeah, it's range traders today because I don't see anything that got extended. That can come back to the VWAP in a nice, clean fashion, right? I know Rocket Lab is running here, but they're now battling with their previous day close, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, there's nothing that got extended cleanly enough to come back to the VWAP for a reversal opportunity.
NVIDIA is coming back up here, and it's kind of unique in its move here. I don't see anything else getting this kind of love here. Well, SNDK and MU are moving as well. But NVIDIA is about to hit the low from 2 days ago. And on a day like this, levels really matter because I think you're going to see a lot of hesitancy in stocks trying to break even the simplest level. So it'd be interesting to see what NVIDIA does up around 220.50. Well, it's already fallen from, it's already rejected a little bit, but there might be more there. MU is just going green. Again, it and SNDK are both coming up here, and Microsoft was getting a bit of a move too. But man, I got slaughtered again yesterday and today combined. It's just these are like probably the worst 2 days combined I've had in a while.
Yes, that's a
This
lot,
is
man.
by far the least active I've been in a very long time. Like I typically can find at least something in the futures. This terrible.
I wish I didn't find things, Mike. That was my problem. I was finding things, but they're not delivering.
Yeah. Oh, it's yeah, what a terrible.
It's not great.
Did we go over the trades, Carlos? Or are you leaving?
We did. Yeah,
we did.
We did that. We
Was
did
I?
trades.
I was probably trading PLTR again.
Yeah, we did. We
did
went
trades.
over that. And Eamon's coming up with Kyle. They both had some good trades, both Eamon and Kyle. Had some nice trades there, so we'll talk about those today.
Did Kyle trade SMCI?
Let me see. Kyle, I believe was no, not today. He traded PLTR today. I'm not. At least that's the one that I have the screenshot on. I'm not sure if he actually also traded SMCI.
Yeah.
But I doubt it, man, because SMCI, look at it, it's brutal.
Kyle did not trade SMCI today.
There you go.
So El
today.
Patron, I do trade equities. I just am very particular in my equities. So today I traded Tesla for basically lunch money. If that, maybe I can buy a soda at the store. But yeah, nothing. I didn't really like anything all that much. So, like John said, I just kind of sat out because I didn't like the setups. Very hesitant. I noticed a lot of hesitation at high days that I just did not like. So
Sorry, I'm playing with my light. Yeah, no SMCI. It was ugly today.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Good. Good. Okay, I'm just gonna say one thing about hockey and soccer. That whole conversation.
Oh boy.
I won't go long. I won't go long. I know the chat's not happy about it, but hockey in Canada is so expensive. Like for a kid, it's like $7,500 a year. It's crazy expensive, and then they grow so fast, and they grow through all the equipment. Like my kid's only 16 months, so I haven't gone through it yet. But I remember when I was playing, like there was a store called Sports Swap, and you could take your skates there every year and just swap them out for new ones. So I was always there, but it's so expensive here. It's crazy.
At least you have
but that's
a way
it.
to swap them out.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's all I'll say about the sports. I just wanted to add that in. We'll get into trading. I just wanted to.
I think we could dig into that a bit more, Kyle, in the next hour.
Oh.
Don't be shy.
Yeah, we still got an hour. And hey, if you get people, if you get them excited enough, 500 likes, we'll give away a funded account. So you're at 300. So you got,
Okay, we got some work to do.
200 to more. Yeah, you got some work to do.
Yeah, maybe I'll offset them enough. They'll give us some likes, I guess. I don't know.
All right, guys, just type it in the chat: soccer, hockey, trading, and we'll decide. We'll see what we'll see what we stick with. Trading, hockey,
do a
soccer.
survey. Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow.
guys.
John, myself, and Mike will leave you with Kyle and Eamon. And make sure to tune into tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be talking vodka or something. We'll come up with something to make it the theme for tomorrow.
Vodka.
All right. Take care, guys.
Okay, we got this.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks,
Later.
guys.
I know what gets people hyped: politics. So
Yeah, I know.
we could do that.
no,
we'll
no.
get
Yeah.
it fire in the
No.
chat.
Never do that one. You want to see people really go off? Oh, talk politics and religion. Oh my goodness.
You just start talking about it and then go and drink tea and read the chat.
I like it. I like spicy stuff. I like to get the people going, But this is not my show. It's not my channel. I don't own it. But if it was my channel, oh boy. But yeah, we'll stick to trading.
That's right. Thanks, Carlos. Eamon, great short on SpaceX. I saw that. That was really clean.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you've taken something similar, or didn't you?
I did a quick little, honestly, like I was, because the SMCI earnings tomorrow, like I was watching it a lot, but it was garbage all day today, honestly. So I took a quick stab at PLTR, but I'm in a really nice one on Riot. I shorted Riot. I think I sent that to you in Telegram, but yeah, a really choppy day. I don't know. I guess obviously like with the CPI tomorrow, I always find when the news is getting released the days prior to it, I think Carlos actually mentioned this, like it's usually kind of a bit of a chop fest. And then the next 3 days, depending on the day. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, this week will be more of a trend day. So hopefully we can get some better trading in the next couple of days here. Because today and yesterday were ugly. I got smoked yesterday after, I know I was like, I had a small green day, but I took 3 trades in the afternoon. I don't know what I was doing. I was chasing things. I got smoked in the afternoon yesterday. But anyways, today's been good. Riot's been really good to me. I'm up about 6R on Riot right now. But we can get into that.
Well, that's good. I think the screen is not shared. I think Carlos just went to have breakfast or lunch and he forgot about us.
No, I'm right here. But
yeah.
Here.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
Screen is not. Oh, hold on a second. Yep. Let me refresh you. For some reason, I thought that was your screen, but that's Mike's.
I mean, honestly, it's okay. I like the trading boot camp background instead of my face.
SMCI is tomorrow too, so that's going to be a nice day for me. You know what? I might get an "I love you" SMCI T-shirt made. They're cheap. You can get them made for like $12.
The moment you get it, it's going to just go against you, and you're going
just
to
kill
hate
me.
that.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, today was actually interesting. I traded a few stocks. The first stock I traded was Apple. It was almost a break-even trade. So I did a quick momentum play on it. I saw the fake breakdown during the pre-market, saw the recovery after the market open, played it long, added at the middle of the range, expected a momentum after the break of the range, targeting 310.40 as first target, but I noticed that it's going to the downside. So now what do we have? We have a stock that did both, a stock that did a fake breakdown and a stock that had a fake breakout. Once you see that, forget about it. Just run and close the position. So once I saw that it's coming back down, cut it around the break even. So that was an okay trade. Second one I played was MU. This one, unfortunately, did not give me the chance to exit at the break even, and I lost a full R on MU. And the final trade was SPCX, and this was beautiful, to be honest. If you take a look at the hourly chart, you can see that we had a
Oh, Eamon was a good
Oh, we
man.
lost him. There goes the
Who's a good
VPN.
man?
Yeah.
Probably a soccer ball kicked this into the antenna. So the kids playing outside soccer kicked this antenna off. That's what happened.
His cat's playing soccer in his living room or his office. Yeah. But my trade on SMCI just went. His VPN probably kicked him. Putin had enough of him. I will actually. I can't even give you my trade, but I shorted it from. I did a 5-minute break and retest on it, and it worked out really nice. My initial entry was a little. Do you want me to share my screen? Or we'll wait. That's okay.
Yeah, we could share it. Go. Throw it on.
Okay.
I'll switch it over.
Let's see here.
Eamon just text me. He'll be back. He's trying to get it going again.
No problem. Here, I'll share this quickly.
Banned again.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. You're good.
Yeah. Oh, perfect.
And I got your screen right here as well. There it is. You're good to go.
Beauty. So this wasn't the prettiest trade, honestly. Like I held this too long, honestly, and I should have partialed on this. I went in a little bit too early on Riot here. You know, my line, I always like to do this box underneath the obviously the 5-minute range. So I did anticipate this, and I actually did get some nice momentum here, but because I put my stop loss at the 9 moving average here, I didn't take any partials on this initial 5-minute opening range breakdown, which I usually, you know, being such a scalper, I usually scalp this out here. And then it came back up, and I should have got stopped out here. I didn't have a hard stop set on it, and then the volume actually rolled over real nicely for me, and I did get lucky on this, honestly. And then just this worked out to be a nice gap and go for me. So I actually added to this as it broke the 5-minute range again for my gap and go, and then I held this really nicely, I would say here, but I'm not happy with my initial entry. The entry was okay, but you know, I definitely should have got stopped out around this 940 candle. And then as it kind of rejected the 9, I actually flipped to the 2-minute chart, and it did hold the 9 on the 2-minute chart, and then it really sold off, excuse me. And then I added pretty heavy on this, and I'm still in this with a good average of 21.44. I haven't taken any off. I only have 400 shares left of this. So overall, not a bad day. And then I did trade PLTR as well. I actually got some really bad slippage on this, getting out of this. This one I did have, because I'm in the habit of once I take partials, I bring my stop loss to break even. And this was like just brutal slippage. I partialed on the top side. There was a really nice order at 170. I picked it off from the 60-minute chart. I think it was 176.50, I think. Or was it? It was this one here, 176.60. Yeah, there it was. So it pretty much came up, tagged that order. So that's where I partialed off there. And then, I don't know. Yeah, I got some really shitty slippers, but it is what it is. Eamon, welcome back.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, can I say the dog ate my homework?
Oh, damn those
Yeah.
dogs.
Yeah.
Those dogs.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um, so you're
So we're back.
so you're back. You were on SpaceX, you said?
Yep. So let me just fix my whole trading
Here,
layout,
let
or you
me
can pull it out.
here, I'll just stop sharing quickly. If there you go. Now we're back.
I don't know.
Oh
I think
shit.
I think we're creating a job to a lot of
Carlos,
work
I'm
to Carlos.
sorry. I jumped the gun. I'm
No
sorry.
problem, man.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it would have been okay. We could have just continued sharing it. I'm fine with it. So yeah, if I speak about SpaceX one more time and my PC dies, I'm not coming back. Uh, let's just make sure that it works well.
Did I close the chat? Oh, there we go. Oh, there she is.
Good. Good, good, good. Let me just fix everything. I think it's visible, right? So yeah, I was talking about SpaceX. And they said the hourly chart on this thing was actually amazing. There was a nice level of resistance around here, and you could see what's happening at the open. The very first minute, what's happening is that SpaceX breaks this consolidation area. And the very second minute, it goes back inside the range. So now we have a fake breakout, and this is my favorite type of setup. I do that almost every single day. Stock breaks, recovers inside the range, short, set the stop, and play it to the opposite side of the range. So that was a quick one. And it was actually a good quick one because the thing here is the daily on SpaceX is bullish. We broke the consolidation 1, 2, and I expect momentum play to the upside. But the 60 was perfect for a short, especially with the fake breakout confirmation. So that was my final trade for the day. It was profitable, and we can look for something else to trade.
Oh, this riot trade was so good. I just partialed off some more. I thought like
Are
the earnings were good, but you've mentioned this before. Sometimes when the earnings are good, it actually goes the other way, right?
Well, yeah, the thing is that good earnings don't mean a lot because people can expect whether earnings are going to be good or bad. You can do small research about the company. There are the expectations, and most of the time, companies hit their expectations or are slightly around them. What moves the stock is what's going to happen in the future. What's their guidance? What's their future expectations? Are current shareholders going to continue holding their shares on this company because it guides better and it's going to make them some money, or the guidance is bad and the expectations are low and then they just simply sell and they look for something else to reinvest into. This is the thing about longer term trading. For example, let's go for a good and simple example. My Microsoft swing trade. I'm in it. They beat expectations. They guided higher, and I don't see any reason to sell. I mean, these small fluctuations intraday, the pullbacks and the moves, they're not that scary because I know that probably the next quarter they are going to also reach their expectations. And by the moment earnings come, this thing is just slow, or earning day comes, this thing is slowly going to continue going higher. And I probably am going to hold at least a part of it for the next earnings. And if I see that they got better, I'm going to continue holding on, maybe to the next quarter. But if I see that uh, the earnings call is negative, there is some bad guidance, maybe some bad expectations, or something off about it, I'll just simply sell it and look on for something else to put the money into.
Yeah, Doug in the chat. Honestly, like that riot trade, the initial entry, I'm not happy with it. Like my execution wasn't amazing. Like trading with Brian in the chat room, like he always trades on the 2 minute chart. And he went back and mentioned that because he was looking at it as well, and he was on the 2 minute chart, and he's like, hey, it's holding the 9 moving average, and I was already in it. So realistically, I should have definitely stopped out on that the first trade. But then when it broke down again, it was that perfect gap and go that I like to trade, and the rest is history. So it definitely wasn't my finest trading. I did get lucky on it. There's no doubt about it. But I still executed fairly well after it broke the range on the second time. So sometimes you got to be good to be lucky.
Hi guys, what are we watching now? Anything exciting? Anything interesting? NVDA slowly dropping. MU is doing nothing. Your SMCI is not doing well at the moment. It seems like
Garbage.
exactly, I agree with that word. So we did
Yeah.
break yesterday, closed as a red candlestick. I kind of feel like it's going to sell off today, at least pattern wise. This thing looks bearish. Atlas wise, it's looking bullish. So yeah, you don't want to trade this one. Pattern is screaming short. Atlas is screaming long. You can go long if you want, but I don't know. Uh, ACHR, is it?
It'll be
Mhm.
interesting to see what SMCI's earnings are tomorrow, because these are the guys who, like, their CFO, or is it the CFO? Yeah, their chief financial officer. She quit. They were cooking the books. So tomorrow's going to be an interesting day for it. That's why I think there's been, like, it's been kind of choppy all day today. Is it people just don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and I don't know if it's post, is it
Mhm.
before or after? I don't know when they're actually doing the earnings, but I'll dig into it. Sorry, I cut
It's
you
it's
off there.
today. It's today after the market close.
Oh, it's today. Sorry, I thought it was tomorrow. Okay. Oh my God. I'm a horrible SMCI brand ambassador. Oh my
See
God.
your little. This is your favorite stock. It's as
How
close as
embarrassing.
I would have said it's as close as your wife too, but still, it's like not remembering your wife's birthday. Come on.
Closer, closer. Yeah.
Well, well, I hope that's
Archer.
not. I hope that she's not watching this stream right now, or we're going to
No,
see
no,
something flying
no,
off
no.
behind you.
Buddy, I'm getting married in 11 days. 11 days. Marriage.
Well, to be honest, I think SMCI has a decent chance to gap up after earnings.
Okay.
Uh, the reason is that there are a lot of good news that are already known. First of all, they pre-announced that their fourth quarter should land near 11 billion to 12 billion dollar range. The gross margin, they expected around 15 to 70%, 17%. We talked about that during the pre-market. And the prior guidance was 8%. So look at this. They are expecting a gross margin that is twice the amount of their expectations. They also said that they received more than $60 billion in new orders. So there are just a lot of good new things that are going in its favor.
Hmm. Okay.
So again,
Which is good for us for tomorrow.
yep.
Yeah.
And when the stock is choppy or it's selling off during the day, usually the earnings get it to the opposite direction. I think we talked about that before. It's kind of a
Hmm.
pattern. When something intraday goes to the upside after earnings, it's dumping. When something intraday is selling off after earnings, it ends up squeezing. Who knows? Maybe institutions are slowly dumping, selling, buying, or whatever. But
See what happens.
small good pattern.
Um, what's the chat doing here? Eamon, can you revisit SpaceX?
Atlas or chart?
What are we looking at here? I think
Yeah.
just for a
So
breakdown, Dan. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, Atlas looks neutral. Yeah, it's neutral. We do have a big order at 130, big order at 140. Other than that, everything looks neutral. For a breakdown, possible. It's flagging at the low. I mean, at least pattern-wise, at the moment, it looks like it could head lower. The average true range on it is somewhere around $10. We did sell off somewhere around $7. So there is room to grab at least the order is 133, maybe even 132.
What are your thoughts
And
on why the queues dump so quickly out of the gates? Is it just like range bound?
let's take a look at the hourly chart on this thing. Yeah, it's kind of range bound, right? We're sitting closer to the highs and just statistically at the high will go down, at the low will go up. We also did talk about this during the pre-market show. There are just not enough catalysts making the getting the stock to go higher. We had the negative oil news during the weekend. We
Hmm.
see that the oil keeps going higher, right? Day after day. Uh, we have CPI tomorrow, by the way, and I think Monday and Tuesday just positioning into the CPI. Probably after the CPI numbers tomorrow are going to be out, we're going to finally get this volatility. And if the numbers are good, that might help the market get some boost and momentum to all.
Because I traded that, like, I won't say what account it is, but And like I've been getting some great moves on like just 5 minute opening range breakdowns on these QQQs. Just like I'm not taking huge like Andrew Z's 10, 15 contracts, just like 1 to 3. But these break and retests seem to be working out pretty well. So I've been enjoying it. Like Mike's been trading a lot of futures. I need to continue to learn about them, but they do trade pretty similar to my trading style. So it works out. Being a scalper, I know they don't really fit your style yet, but they might. I think Andrew bought some more Microsoft calls today, didn't he? Oh, we lost him. Did we lose him? Oh, he's a goner. He was a good man. Man, that soccer talk really upset him, I think. Oh, it's just me in the chat room. Hello. Lost in avocado land. Or I'll just. Carlos, are you there again? I'm sure you are. Maybe I'll just share my screen again. But I am still in Riot. So that was my standard gap and go. It's me you're looking for. So that was honestly for you guys that kind of follow my journey and this is my trading style. It's a really clean break and retest. This is like one of my favorite strategies. If you're following me on Instagram and I'm doing that road to $100,000 challenge, this is all I pretty much trade on there. Like it's really all I trade every day is a 5 minute opening range breakdown and then this gap and go. My initial entry, like I said, around 934 was honestly premature. And now looking at it, in hindsight's always 2020, like we say, but it was way too extended from the 9 moving average. And looking at it now, it's easier said than when you're actually in it. But waiting for the retest as it held the 9, like my entry at 945. Look how close the 9 moving average is compared to where I got in initially. So, and these are things that I love to journal out at the end of the day too, right? Like take these screenshots. That's why I'm a big advocate of take a screenshot when you get in and then come back and do it. And then you can kind of see how you manage the trade or mismanaged it, which I did mismanage my initial entry and then I kind of got back into character and did my gap and go or my break and retest strategy. And I'm still in it. I've added one more time. So my average is now 2069 with 400 shares left. So if it comes back up to yesterday's close at 2050, I'm going to front run it because my current stop loss is 2069. So I'll front run it to 2050 and buy myself a Subway cold cut sandwich. There we go.
Yeah.
Aiming
Don't you
space.
think that's a sign for me to just take a break? I mean, if my dog keeps
Just get
eating
out
my
of here.
homework one time
Just
after
go.
another, yeah, I probably need
Put
to
the
take a
dog
day off.
outside.
Yeah, it's not my fault. Come on.
That's okay. Life
All
happens,
right,
buddy.
Svetlana, let's answer your question before my PC dies one more time. Uh, Microsoft, I'm still holding on to it, and I'm going to hold it probably to 530, not even 1 to 520. Maybe I'll lock in some profits around 520 and hold it for the next earnings. IBM, yes, I'm still holding on to it. And this thing, I don't even look at these numbers to be honest. So it's from 204 to 205 all the way to 240. This is actually amazing. So I'm still holding on to it. 260, 270 probably. Yeah, that would be the target. Can we take a look at NVDA Atlas? Yes, let's take a look at NVDA. It's neutral. Yeah, it's definitely neutral. There is literally nothing on Atlas. And I think it's going to be a choppy day. What do you think, Kyle?
I
Just
agree.
doesn't feel like there is any reason for
It,
the market to rally or trend or downtrend or
no,
uptrend.
it's all waiting for the news, like we said earlier. And then I think tomorrow and then for the rest of the week, we're going to have some awesome days ahead of us. But today, I think, is kind of toast. Nicki Minaj trades low floats. Kyle Taylor, what do you think about Google and Meta? I was watching Meta today for a 5 minute opening range, but it was kind of when I was in the SMCI trade, or not SMCI riot, so I didn't want to manage two positions, but really nice breakout, 5 minute opening range. And, I love seeing this when the opening range actually breaks pre-market high too. Like that's just another check mark for entering your trade. So, as a 5 minute opening range break trader, the only entry you would have got in at was around 956, right? Once it broke that range there and pre-market high, just look at the volume too. And like I say all the time, look at the volume ladder underneath Meta as well, from around 952 all the way until 958. So you had that nice window, 6 minutes of consecutive buying, held the 9 moving average, barely pulled back at all on Meta. So, I mean, that thing moved $8 without even testing the 9 moving average. So Meta was great today. And then your other one was Google. But as far as getting in it now, honestly, I wouldn't touch it. It's just in this consolidation phase.
I actually love Meta. It's finally looking promising,
There you
uh,
go.
at least for my trade. But the issue with Meta is that I need it to be around 7:30 to sell.
Oh yeah, you're
Uh,
in this thing. Yeah, keep going. Sorry,
yeah,
7:30.
yeah,
You're gonna sell it?
yeah. I wanted to go all the way to 7:30, so
Wow.
it's going to take some time. It's definitely going to take some time. But it was beautiful. Just look at this level where we bought it. I got in around 560, and look how beautiful it is on the weekly chart. Right, I
Oh
mean,
my
getting
God.
in as close as possible to the level of support and then just target the highs or closer to the highs. Probably I'm going to need to hold on to it through the next earnings as well. And
Just before you cut off, I think Andrew bought. What did he buy? 760 puts on it today. I can't remember. What he did something with 100 contracts for Meta today.
mhm.
So that's
Well,
good for you.
if Andrew is in it, then definitely good for me.
Yeah. How much would 100 contracts on Meta be? Like what is that equal to?
It depends on the expiration date and the strike price, and then just do the multiplications for it. I have no idea at the moment. Guys who are actively trading options, calculate
Yeah,
that for us quickly, please.
yeah, thank you.
Nicki Minaj is long-term investor in Meta and Microsoft.
Google had a rough morning too. One, two, three. What was it down to? 349. Again, just a beautiful 5 minute opening range breakdown. Held the 9 the whole time. Lower lows all the way down till what is that? 49.50. And you just can't watch everything. So it's so hard. I don't know. That's where you get such FOMO. Like as an older trader or a newer trader, I'm only trading 4 years now, but um, you still kind of get FOMO when you look at these things, right? And look at these charts like, why wasn't I watching this today? Oh, he's gone again. This guy. It's too many dogs. I don't even think I even owned a dog, but that's okay. Let's see what Rod's doing. This is my only active trade right now. And yeah, Frank, I do need a hair dryer. I know. My hair is a bloody mess. I can't figure it out. I'm another after my wedding, I might just shave the bloody thing off and be done with it. Um, I'm still yeah, so my average is still 2062. I'm going to front run it to yesterday's close and be done with it. But I'm not really watching anything else at the moment, to be honest. But let's see. See what our good buddy SMCI is doing. What are you guys trading? Are you guys in anything right now? You don't need a hair dryer. It's SMCI lower. Oh, okay. My bad. I missed that. Not to continue off of trading, but we're doing a backyard wedding, so it's not going to be too bad. Short of Google at the open, 1.5 R, one and done. Beautiful. SOSX, see what that is. Yeah, Ben, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, that's why I'm surprised this company. Like, I'll be so interested to see what their earnings are actually doing because these guys seem like crooks. Like, their head accountant stepped down. He didn't even get fired. He stepped down because somebody was cooking the books. It was either him, most likely him, obviously, or one of his superiors were cooking the books on SMCI, doing all these chips from NVDA. So I'm surprised they haven't been kicked off, but what are you going to do? Like I said, it's great for us. That's what we look for as retail day traders. Like we love this news. Like good. I want there to be all these scams and things going on. Like the world is a very scary place. Like we don't know half the things that actually go on in this world. So, you know, it's just good for us as day traders. When there's news, good. News equals volatility. There's more volume on the stocks. So we love to see that. So fine until we start booking the cooks. Yeah. Frank, did you open up your sandwich shop yet? Yeah, the world is a very, very scary place. That's why just take care of your own bubble and take care of yourself. But, you know, as far as trading goes, like I get so many emails just about like journals and all that. The best journaling strategy is, like I said earlier, just take a screenshot in the morning, take another one at the end whenever you get into a trade, and then journal out your partials, where your exit was, where your entry was, and then just journal like your overall mindset. How are you between the years? Are you a little bit foggy? Right? Did you get a good sleep? Did you have a good coffee? Just journal those things out. Like the journal shouldn't be something that you put too much pressure on because then you're not going to do it. Right? You know, for me, my first 6 months when I started trading, I didn't journal. And if you look at my results, they exactly correlated with that. Like I wasn't journaling and I was getting absolutely smoked. Like the first 3 months going live, I never did a funded account or anything, lost 10 grand. Never journaled. I was copy trading Andrew. It was, you know, the worst thing that I could have done, but I learned a lot from it. So once I started to journal, and that's really my point, is you start to hold yourself accountable and you don't want to let yourself down, right? And when you start to share your journal and share your mindset with others, then you know you really hold yourself to a higher standards because now you have other people looking at you for guidance and support and understanding. So you don't want to let them down. It's not just about letting you down anymore. It's about letting, you know, the community down too, and you guys as well, right? Like I said on that riot trade, I'm not happy with it. Like getting stopped out, not getting stopped out, and then having to share that with you guys. It, you know, to a point, it's almost embarrassing because you know, I want you guys to have good habits too, and that's not a good habit, right? So, um, always stick to your stops. But you know, the way that I trade, it's very scalpy and momentum based, and because you know I had a little bit of support in the chat room, other people were trading Riot that were holding it, so it wasn't a pretty trade, but it still worked out, and sometimes it works out like that. Spies rolling over, yeah, okay. Kyle, I used your fixed wrist and it's amazing. Yeah, the fixed wrist hotkey is amazing. Like I love it. That's all I use. But you know, sometimes for me, and this is just being completely honest with you guys, like I would say 95% of my trades, I don't touch my stop loss. But sometimes I do pull it away from the moving average a little bit, and it's not a good habit to have. It's not, and I'm still working on it. So, you know, everyone trades differently, and when you're in it, you know, it's easier said afterwards that, you know, moving the stop loss, I never, ever, ever do it. But if it's really close to that 9 moving average or stopping you out, if you want to give it just a little bit, you know, I'm guilty of doing that sometimes. So that's just me being fully transparent. But I would say 9 times out of 10, I use the hard stop. So time to buy Riot now. Let's have a look. Formula One is awesome. I'm going to take off the rest of my Riot because I don't like that volume spike, to be honest, on 2 candles ago. That doji, you know, I would say the candle on Riot at 1026, when that thing flips like that and it gives you a bit of a hammer and all your moving averages start to cross over, that's usually a good sign to get in. After that, on a confirmation candle, if you're playing reversals, and then look at the volume spike up there. So I would say a lot of these traders down here are now targeting yesterday's close, right? However, you are still in this consolidation from like the high around 1104. It's now come up to there and touched that. So you're seeing, there you go. They rejected that 2038. So now we're hoping to see a little bit more volume to see if it's going to continue to push up to about 2050. But around this time, this is what we like to see, right? Like these double bottoms on the 5-minute charts. So we kind of cleared a double bottom around 1125, and then it's pushed up here. So just don't chase it. Yeah, Pat, you called that beautifully. Yeah, that 15-minute.
Hey, Kyle, can you reshare your screen again?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Got it. Love it. Let's get this guy here. So we'll see what happens here. Let's see what it's always nice seeing this volume ladder at the bottom, right? Like look at the nice volume spike around 1134. Okay, and then this volume's kind of died off here. So this can be sometimes a good signal that it's going to go higher when the volume dies off a little bit. So this next candle in my mind is super critical to see if it's going to break through this previous structure over here from this high over here, or if it's just going to stay range bound. And this is just the 1-minute chart. So let's just go to the 5. Let's see what this looks like. Just sit on our hands for that one. We'll keep watching it. See what our buddy Mr. SPCX is doing or misses. Yeah, I mean, I always have trading terminal up on one of my screens, to be honest. Like in the top in the morning, like I always have the morning show on my top monitor, and then I'll just go alt tab and I go back and forth to trading terminal scanner. But on like 9 times out of 10, I just refresh your screen because I just reshared my screen. 9 times out of 10, a lot of my stock selection is done on the gappers list, and that's what Carlos and Peter usually go over in the morning show. So just come in there, and then, you know, and that's part of being in a good community too, especially once you're inside the BBT chat room. I prefer Pepsi. Oops, sorry, Carlos, I just moved my camera. Yeah, so the majority of my stock selection does come from the morning show, and then, you know, I'll go back and forth and just look at the gappers list on tradingterminal.com. See you later, Alex. Have a good day. Let's trade some SMCI tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a good day for us. I know it. Today was kind of boring overall. There were some good setups, but you know, again, you have to pick the right horse. So, someone asked about my gap and go strategy. It's pretty self-explanatory, but it's just a break and retest. So what I look for, I'm going to do it on why just Coke and Pepsi, Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew has so much sugar. Oh, it's brutal. Oh, the stock. Okay, so here's SpaceX. This is an example of my gap and go strategy. So in live time, all you have is candle for candle, bar for bar, right? So I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4. So once it creates the fifth candle, I just drag that straight across. Okay. So your 5-minute orb traders are going to get in on this candle. Okay. And they're going to ride this momentum all the way down. Okay. So there's your orb traders. Say they get in after the break of that candle. Okay. Say, just for the sake of this argument, 136.75. I've started to use technical levels for my stop loss. So this one would be the 9 moving average. So just put it on top of that previous wick. So say you give this 25 cents and then you're rewarded with all this, right? So that would have been a really nice short. If you have a tight stop loss, right? If you put it at halfway up this, right? Just instead of being a 25-cent stop loss, you're going to be a 50-cent stop loss, okay? But for my gap and go, it's once it breaks the first time. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's your 5 candles. Okay, it's none of these. It's over here. It's going to be, once it breaks this range, worth a confirmation candle. So this one wouldn't have been too pretty because I actually would have got in on this candle right here, which would have been, here, let me see if my Epic Pen's going to play nice today. It never does when I want it to. But it would have been on the, come on, give it. Oh, it is going to play today. Is it? Do you guys see this? Of course not. Honestly, I'm going to unsubscribe to Epic Pen and email them. That's unbelievable. But so for the gap and go, it would have been at the 10:15 candle. After it breaks, let me zoom in a little bit here for you guys. Epic Pen, you're dead to me. As it breaks the initial range, you get in on a confirmation candle. So it would be the 10:15. Put your stop loss on top of it. This one would have been a loss though. Because you would have got in on the 10:15 candle, put your stop loss at the range for this one. So that one would have been gone. And then the next, yeah. So that one was invalidated on SpaceX. But you kind of get the gist of it. So you build the range with the 5-minute. As it breaks out of the range, then you wait for a confirmation candle. Let's see, AMD didn't do it. What's Pepsi's ticker? Nicki Minaj. Oil is just ripping. Holy. 127. Wow. But like Eamon said, even in the chat room today, in BBT chat room, we're just talking about trading commodities, and it just doesn't get the follow through as much. Today would have been a nice day. And again, hindsight's always 20/20, right? But hi Kyle, when you put on the tight stop loss, you minimize your risk or remains the same for all trades? I trade the same across the board. It's just my stop losses sometimes are a little bit bigger depending on where the moving averages are. And that's just something that you kind of work on as a new trader, right? But for me, here's Riot again. So, and shame on me, honestly, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did really jump the gun on this trade. If you look at my entry, it hadn't actually broke the range of this fourth candle, which would have still been inside of the range. I actually did go green here a lot on this candle here on the 938 candle. This little hammer here, or this doji, I was green quite a bit. But like I had mentioned earlier, because my stop loss was so high, at my initial entry. That's why I didn't partial. And that's why, in real time, I was okay holding this, is because it was really tight to my stop. Like I do, like I said, I like using the technical moving averages, or technical stop losses, pardon me. So, you know, this candle here almost got me. Like, but because I did flip to that 2-minute chart, it was holding this 2-minute chart. Let me clear this up here a little bit. It held this 9 here, and then the volume kind of died off, and then it flipped. And that's, for me, my entry on my gap and go strategy on Riot was because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And again, look at the difference on my entries, right? My first entry, I anticipated it, and sure, I was rewarded a bit here, but like I said, because my stop loss was so high, I didn't partial there. But when it came back down again, this is where I added pretty heavy on this one. Didn't partial this whole time because my average was so tight to where I was. And then I started to partial pretty good around 21.25 because there's a nice order on Market Atlas around there. And then I just wrote this thing all the way to the downside. Okay, a couple ads. I added in at 10.15 as it held this 9 moving average again, came back down. I took some more off around 10.25. And then, yeah, these are all 10% partials for whoever was asking that. I take 10% partials. So my ad at 10.15 wasn't too big, but my average became on top of this range. So sorry if my hot takes on soccer rub people the wrong way. Sometimes I play devil's advocate. There's no hard feelings here. We're all adults. That stuff doesn't bug us. We're just having conversations. We're just really passing the time. When the market's slow, or if it's an ugly day, like, we have to talk about something, right? We just can't sit here and do nothing. So, I mean, talking about things that are close to our homes, friends and family, it is what it is, right? Mike's daughter plays soccer, so he's passionate about soccer. So sometimes the dialect is going to get around there. It just happens, right? I can talk about my opening range breakup and trades all day long, but it's nice to throw in some different conversation topics here and there. We are human. Howdy, Ponderoski. That was it, Brian. Man, I called SMCI at 3140. Only got the 31. Yeah, I didn't love SMCI today. It was a chop fest. AAOI. Let's see what that did. So for me, yeah, and just the way that I trade, right? Um, all right, good. AOI, yeah, I wouldn't have touched it. But that doesn't mean you can't, right? So it depends on what your target's here. Like, I would wait for it to test yesterday's close one more time. And let's just flip to the 5 here. And just look at your levels. Look at the 15, look at the 30, and look at the upside. And just see what we're looking at here, right? Nice volume ladder in the last 2 hours, right? All buying, right? We'll see how this 30-minute closes in 10 minutes. But it does look, now that I'm looking at it, it does look bullish. Honestly, I don't swing trade, to be fully transparent. But I do see SMCI doing well today just because of where the nature of semiconductors are, and like just quantum computing and this whole AI mania. I do see them, jumping up a little bit, probably having some good earnings as long as their new CFO has a little bit of integrity and actually is doing things the right way, and they're not stealing chips from NVIDIA still or doing anything shady like that. But SMCI as a whole, I think, I don't know too much about the business model, like the doing deep dives in them, but it trades well, and that's all I care about. When I can get 30 to 40 cents out of it, that's all I'm asking for. There you go. SMCI revenue increased 90 to 100%. So, Dan, for your question, I would say, and this is not financial advice, don't take anything that I say as financial advice, but it could be a good potential as a long-term investment. I like it. Anything that's quantum related right now, I traded all quantum stocks when I was trading my semiconductors. RGTI, QBTS, Qubit, SMCI, but they were really on a nice uptrend, right? And that's where, a lot of my success came in these funded accounts, is because I caught them on uptrends. And being an opening range break trader, that's what we're hoping for. We're hoping for the continuations. We're not just getting the 1 to 2s, 1 to 3s. We're getting like 4, 5, 6, 7 hour runners. And I was getting a lot of those on my in my funded accounts. But now it's kind of on the downtick a little bit. So, I wouldn't, a lot of these semiconductor companies and quantum stocks, I think people are taking a little bit of profit on them, in my humble opinion. But I do still see a lot of upside. I do think it's still quite early on in this, AI mania of quantum computing. There is a lot of conversation around them in the trading world. But, I think Carlos said this a long time ago, when your friends start talking to you about things, that's when it's like, okay, people that don't day trade and they don't have a finger on the pulse of the financial markets. And when people start to ask you around, hey, like, tell me about this SMCI. Do you know what this is? Then it's like, okay, it could be a little extended at that point, or a good time to buy. It all depends on where you are. If you're dollar cost averaging in, if you're in really early, it all depends on kind of your initial entry of where you're sitting. So, but like I said, I don't actually do any swing trades. All my accounts are all closed at the end of the day, and I'm usually done by 11 o'clock. But I do like SMCI, as you guys know. When friends and family talk, it's the opposite of what they think should be done. Yeah, exactly. But I think it was NVIDIA, right? Like before it started to go crazy. It was like maybe 3 years ago. But people started asking me like, what is NVIDIA? What do they do? What do they do? And then it like blew up. So, anyways, let's see what Riot did. Did it push through that? No. So it rejected that range that we had set on Riot. It rejected that, and now it's rolling over some more. And these are, Jared and a bunch of other moderators. They love yesterday's close and yesterday's open prices, right? Those areas always have a lot of liquidity sitting around them. So those levels as well are magic. Kyle, today, what is with Quanco long a new high at 1625? Let's have a look. Yeah, I get beautiful trade. Honestly, if you were watching this, 10 million shares traded. Again, very clean, 5-minute opening range. But these are the things with some of these quantum computing stocks. In my humble opinion, again, and take it with a grain of salt, I'm still a relatively new trader. You have to be careful of the wicks, especially at the open. This is where I got into a lot of trouble trading 1-minute opening range breakups when I first started trading, is because I didn't have the risk management to handle that kind of volume, to be honest. And that's why I really don't trade them right now. Like my risk management is good. It's not great. It's not like Eamon or, Carlos or Peter, like, they're like, look at today, like fully transparent. The riot trade, like I should have got stopped out of that. So a little bit of wishful thinking, a little bit of, extra confirmation from people in the chat room kind of fed it a little bit. but like really disciplined, really good traders would have got out and then got back in. And that's something I'm still working on. And it's a forever battle, but you journal it out and you just, talk to yourself about it a little bit later on and try and move the dial a little bit in the right direction. I was lucky that it moved again into my direction, but so yeah, just be careful of these wicks, right? Like back to what I was saying. So look how high these wicks are, like on the third and the fifth candle, right? So where do you put your range? Is your range going to be at the body or are you going to put it on the wick? If you're going to put it on the wick, right? This is where a lot of 5-minute open range break traders can get trapped, is because I don't know personally a lot of short sellers that trap 5 minutes, but I've seen it multiple times where if your range is set on the body and you anticipate your orb, look at the volume on this ORB here. Look at how many people got in it and then they got stopped out guaranteed. Look at the volume on the 940, what is that, 940 candle? Oh no, sorry, I was premature on that one. It wasn't that volume bar I was thinking of, but you know what I mean. So there's your 5 minute there. So they anticipate this being your orb to get this continuation that's over here. Can you see my cursor? What the hell's going on here? This is amateur hour around here. Oh, you can't see my cursor? I've been talking this whole time and you guys can't see my cursor. Where's the chat room on this? Can you see this line? Okay, what am I doing? Anyways, okay, so you can see the line. This Epic Pen, honestly, I'm going to throw this thing right off a cliff. It's getting downloaded. Or downloaded. Uninstalled. How about that? I can see it on my screen, but you guys can't see it? Anyways, so on this, you are looking for the top side. You can see the drawing, but you can't see the pen. That's perfect. Oh, there it is. God damn this Epic Pen. Because I have it on 4 screens. It depends on what screen you open it on. So I had it on my far right, so I've drug it over. All right, here we go. Let's get back into action here. I got the arrow. So the volume spike on this candle right here, okay? People are anticipating this candle to be the ORB, but it's not. So this actually turns into a trap. But look at the volume on this. Okay, we got about 3 minutes left, so I'll finish going through this. But look at the volume. Look how many people anticipated the 5-minute opening range breakup to be this, right? And what happened? Boom, they got trapped. Okay, sells off, comes back down, grabs some liquidity at VWAP, then it decides to go. And this is where getting a nice volume ladder is critical to look at the volume, right? Like look at how this volume is really inconsistent and ugly down here for this initial 5-minute opening range. Ugly, right? Huge red candle, little bit of green, another red, big buying volume, because this candle is new 5-minute opening range break traders, in my opinion, anticipating this candle pushing through to pre-market high. And what they were anticipating this happening here. What happened? Boom, they get trapped, definitely get stopped out, regardless if your stop loss is at the 9 moving average or VWAP here or the 20, you definitely would have got stopped out. That was like a 75-cent stop. You definitely would have got stopped there. But then look at the volume ladder back up. Once it comes to VWAP, grab some liquidity off the 20 moving average. Okay. Look at the difference in the volume. Great buy volume, hardly any selling, and then boom, big volume spike right on these 2 candles here, right? So these are things that, over time, this is what you journal out. Don't just journal your entries and everything. Look at how you handled. Did you look at the volume? Were you actually consciously aware of the volume ladder? What did the volume look like? And then you get in on this. Then you get rewarded with this, right? Yeah, no worries, guys. You guys have a great day. We've got about a minute left here. I'll finish this little rant out here, but yeah. So this is just a really clean, and then this could have been a nice break and retest as well. right? So, but that's the power of getting stopped out and being disciplined enough to get stopped out, is that when you're wrong, it's okay to be wrong because you can always get back in. So say you got stopped out here, you could have re-entered on this one and you would have caught this whole move to the upside here. Okay, guys, thanks for the patience today and understanding a little bit of technical difficulties on our side, but we always figure it out here at BBT. You guys are amazing in the chat room, and we will see you tomorrow, as it's going to be a great earnings day and we're going to have a great day. All right, take care, keep it green, do some journaling, have a good day.